All right, all right, all right. Okay, there we have it. The group meditation that is being felt and done around the world. Like, this is a wonderful time that we are in. You have no idea whatsoever. And like I said, the universe makes no mistakes. The universe is perfect. So I'm going to just briefly get into how we arrived at this day and time right here, that this wasn't even planned. I promise you. This is something that has been, this is the ancestors working. So as we all know, the original date to do this lecture that we're doing tonight, Quantum Supremacy 2020, we were scheduled for Thursday. And I had I had I was planning on, you know, making sure that my son who was on the way were to arrive at 4-4. You know what I'm talking about? Because he was a week late. He was supposed to come in the last week of March, right? But he was like, yo, I'm chilling. Like, I'm not, I got time. So when we crossed into April, I'm like, well, shit, 444 is right around the corner. It's not, like, there's no other way to come through the portal. You already slowing down the universe. You know what I'm saying? You already changing shit on your way here, like how a comet would, because we living in some unprecedented shit. You know what I mean? We living in a time that has never been seen before. So when I look around and I know the corona means crown, and I know that the crown of the corona is the sun, and I know that they talking about the SUN and the SON, and I don't know too many people in my clique or my circle or out there that got a sun coming, but myself. So this forced me to look within, and I'm like, wow, this is some real spiritual cosmic shit, because I'm here to let you know, bro. My little God, the young God came through the motherfucking portal, and he came through that shit like Thanos. You know what I'm talking about? And nothing will ever be the same again. Talk about some real shit. Like, talk about the ancestors coming back on your ass. Like, my son was born on April the 2nd, 2020, 8 o'clock, 8 pounds. The days add up to the 8. You know, the young God already looked like, you know how the baby, oh, somebody said no sounds or the visuals. Who can't hear the sounds or the visuals? Let me know. If someone can't hear, uh, the family in the chat room, help them out, right? Yeah, if anybody can't hear, let's make sure that everybody can hear, so we could fairly, get to check everything out. But like I said, this show is going to be recorded. There's going to be a lot of people who don't even know that we're doing it on the late night, so they'll get it in the morning. Most of the students. For the family that's here on a Saturday night, I just want to say welcome. You could be doing anything else, but you in class right now, locked in with your brother Red Pill, tapped in, doing what the legends do. We live in a different day and time these days, and shit like this is popping. You know what I'm talking about? Everybody's using Zoom around the world. And I want to say that there's been this thing about Zoom bombing. Like, there's a whatchamacallit. There's a Zoom. I don't know if you've seen it, but There's a Zoom hacker. There's Zoom hacking going on all around the world. They call it Zoom bombing, right? And the shit is crazy, you know? But that's not what we doing, you know. That's not what we doing. We ain't gonna let nobody come in here and interrupt our class. So the fact that we're in class on 4/4/2020, which equals a 4. So this date is 4/4/4. And if y'all know anything about the pillars, y'all know what them fours is about. You know what I'm saying? Especially them 44s. So, and then unbeknownst to most people, not only is today 4/4/4, but today is a divine portal day. Not because somebody made it up because they think 4/4/4 sounds cool. No, my niggas. Today is a fucking alignment. Today is a grand alignment. And there may be some students in class who may not understand what that's about. They may not have a overstanding. They might not know how important that really is. So, we'll just go ahead and go and show you on it. We'll go on the web real quick before we even start the class, and we'll tap into Google and shit and see what they have to say about what you can call it. Give me 1 minute. So let's go pull up this alignment today so we understand why this day is important and why this conversation about quantum. This is all about quantum. What we just did with the group meditation is we tapped into what is known as the quantum mind, right? That's what we did just now. And that is something that is, that is quantum supremacy. If you want to know what this is, that's quantum supremacy right there. Okay. Can y'all see the screen? Can everybody see the screen? All right. Well, here we are in this most extraordinary time on earth. Something deep inside you already knew this shift, this transition was coming, yet somehow, as we wade our way through that inner knowing, doesn't always make the physical experience any easier. On the back of January 20th, on the back of January 2020's Saturn Pluto conjunction, beginning a new 30-year cycle. This week, we transit through another huge astrological shift, our Jupiter Pluto conjunction, initiating a new 12 to 13-year cycle. Now, what cycles are akin to what people call runs. When somebody say, "Oh, we had a run in the hood," when people talk about a flow that they got, a money flow or a lick, it's a run. Cash Money had a 20-year run. Rockefeller, Jay-Z had a 30-year, a 20-some-yard-year run. Well, those are akin to what these conjunctions will set up, especially if it aligns with your charts and whatnot. Then you are a Jay-Z. You're one of those people with those 30, 40, 50-year runs. You know what I'm talking about? Because it hits. That's why it is of the utmost importance that every single one of my students personally, the KTLiens, the KTL University students, I highly suggest that you get your birth charts read by Ra Aku. I'm not going to send you to anybody else because this is where we're going to begin to slim down and trim down when it comes to information being disseminated through this platform. Based off the way that a lot of people begin to act when they get a little bit of fucking fame or they start smelling themselves, I'm pulling back on a lot of the promoting that I'm doing of just any old body. You know, there's a lot of ungrateful people. There's a lot of charlatans. There's a lot of people that take advantage of people. There's a lot of people who can't take no fucking, they can't take they can't take 10 degrees of fame. They start losing it. So I'm beginning to learn from my errors. And I'm not gonna just be throwing information out here to say, yo, get your charts read, because niggas start popping up all over the place saying that they do charts. Yo, get y'all some CMOS, or yo, get you this or get you that. Then you start seeing all of the clones pop up and people that are not qualified, they start, it's almost like it's some weird things going on out here. So I'm suggesting if you were to get your charts read accurately, I don't know about nobody else right now. I know my brother Ra Aku, the Cosmo physician, he's the go-to person. Because there'd be a lot of fucking, people on, it's all of these bottom feeders running around. It's a lot of bottom feeders because we're in unregulated territories these days, and people could just go online and say anything. People could just say any fuck, they could tweet anything that they want. There's no checks and balances. And the way that I'm moving these days, I don't feed the trolls. You could say anything about me. I don't give a damn. I mean, have fun with it. You just gonna be the one looking crazy. You're gonna just show how desperate and thirsty you are. But you be my guest, because I got a lot of rope out here to hang niggas, because after the year to rap, we going into the year to rope. You know what I'm talking about? It's a lot of people who finna be swinging from a lot of trees. Believe you me, the purge is around the corner. You know, put your ears to the ground. You can hear the streets talking. It's getting real in these streets. So this is not the time to be playing with people. I promise you, this is not the time, because a nigga could really pull up on you while you in quarantine. This ain't the time. This is not the time to play games. So the Saturn Jupiter conjunction, I recommend that, would we have to know our exact time of birth in order to get our charts read? Yes. Yes, go and get the long form of the birth certificates. When I went to go get the passport recently, before I went to the UK, I went right to the Office of Vitals in New York City. If you're a New York resident, I put $17 in a computer and got my long form, just like that. Okay, Ra Aku, the Cosmo physician. Now, if anybody know his teaching style, my brother is a Scorpio, right? And this is for a lot of people out here. If you on some moist shit, we're not gonna work together. We're not, if you get your feelings hurt easily, if your skin is not thick, don't call Ra'aku. You know what I'm talking about? Don't call AA Rashid. Don't even call me. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, don't even, really have some fucking social distance, because we don't mix. And Ra'aku is an alpha male. He's a Scorpio, so he's gonna give you a hard pill to swallow. We give out hard pills to swallow. And some people get intimidated by stuff like that. In this politically correct season that we're in, where there's a lot of soy boys running around, and they get their feelings hurt easily over nothing. So Let's get into, and the reason why I'm saying all of this is because what we're seeing in the world right now, what we're witnessing. Ra Aku came on Know the Ledge and talked about it. How did he know that we were going to be in this place? How did Ras Ben know that we were going to be in this place? We have the shows that took place in January. That's quantum for you. This is quantum supremacy. Quantum supremacy is being able to tap in to the quantum universe or the quantum realms, or being quantum entangled into alternative timelines. You could foresee what's coming down the line, and you could read charts. You could read the alignment of the planets. You could go and read these conjunctions, because it's in the conjunction, because the conjunction is going to dictate the quote unquote goings ons and the activities on the ground of the planets in which they're influencing. As above, so below. So when Saturn and Pluto come together, you get the coronavirus, you get COVID-19, you get the whole world slowing down. Nigga, that's Saturn and Pluto. The whole world slowed down. Did they not? Did we not tell y'all in January of 2020, because Ross Ben said it in December of 2019, that this is what we were going to be facing? So I went and said, well, God damn it, based off of the research that I'm doing, 2020 is the year of fear. And I put that out there. Shout out to all of my students, the alumni that's in the classroom tonight, who were in the building for the year of fear, part one. It was so juicy. Nigga, part two, right? Fear of a Black Messiah. Because if you don't think that's what this is, I don't know what to tell you. You know, we're gonna get into it tonight, though. We'll touch on some things. We're not gonna touch on everything, because this is not a fear lecture. This is quantum supremacy. 2020 is a different energy that we'll be dealing with. Especially today is a portal day. So we're gonna affirm our greatness. We're gonna affirm our quantum existence. We're going to affirm our quote unquote stake in the future, because the future is now and the future is here. And if you can't give thanks for the day that you have woke up and you're living in, based off of the teachings of the scholars and the master teachers and the master students, and then all of the other people who are out here seeding this quote unquote movement, or seeding this, this experience, I don't know what to tell you. Because I give thanks every day. I'm like, look, y'all niggas is making this shit hot like that. I tell the ancestors, whatever y'all up there doing, I get it, because look at this. And this is also quantum. Who's in the ancestor realm? Because I start seeing things happen, and I start seeing other, at the end of the day, yeah, there's a conspiracy going on. There's some people who don't really look like us and don't like us. They might be behind the curtain when it comes to spreading diseases and pandemics. But if you know anything about the ancestors and how they work, there's always somebody behind the scene pulling the strings from a higher realm. Is it a malefic force, or is it the ancestors moving the chess pieces? Because whilst moving the chess pieces, they are doing what they got to do from where they at. Garvey said, look for me in the whirlwind. What did he mean? What he meant was, he's not going to come back as a fucking zombie. He's going to pop up, right? He's going to pop up. He's going to pull up. He's going to slide on niggas in a whirlwind, in a hurricane, in a pandemic, in a virus. A virus. A virus. A virus. You mean to tell me a virus? A dead organism? Oh, what do you mean, a dead organism? A virus is alive? No, it's not. A virus is dead. A virus is dead like who? Like the White Walkers, right? Remember, winter is here? How soon we forget? Remember, winter is here. Game of Thrones. Who are they fearing? The White Walkers. Who are the White Walkers? The dead entities. Who are the dead entities? A virus. And where was it coming? Across the wall. And what were they building? The wall. It was a lot of emphasis about that goddamn wall, right? Now we find ourselves with these entities, because they're saying that the COVID-19 or the coronavirus epidemic, you heard up until earlier today, I was listening to a Trump live, and he kept calling it a war. He kept referring to this as a war. So we're in a war right now. There's a war going on outside. No man is safe. I don't know how niggas is getting this shit, because yeah, there's some 5G talk, but goddamn it, what it's doing to New York right now, goddamn, it's something else going on. They done sprayed, people is they catching licks on a whole bunch of people. Young, old, black, white, blue, green. So we are currently now in 2020, year of fear. Are we not? Can I get a 1? Are we? If we there, press 1, please. I just want y'all to always know where we're at as a collective class, because I don't do this for myself. I do this for us. I'm doing what I'm doing for the legacy. I'm doing what I'm doing for the brand, of course, right? I'm doing what I'm doing, for the ones that couldn't do it, for the master teachers who told me, look, nigga, get in there and do it. I'm doing it for Dr. Sabi. I'm doing it for Delbert Blair. I'm doing it for, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. I'm doing it for Dr. Amos Wilson. That's who I'm doing it for. That's a fact. And my son, the young God, and my other son, the younger God, right? And my daughter, they'll carry on the legacy, and they'll be greater than me. So it goes in a perpetual motion, like a Rolex, my niggas. That's what this is about. You want to talk quantum? Quantum is the fucking ancestors. Quantum is my son. Quantum is your son. Go and look at them. That's your check. That's you. That's quantum, because the quantum realm is the ancestor realm. What are you talking about? The quantum realms are the ancestor realm. In science, they call it quantum. In spiritualism, we call it the ancestor realm. When you do a divination and you tap it into the ancestors, it's the same thing that the D-Wave computer is doing when it's tapping into the quantum. But look at this though. Like I said, there is a conjunction that is happening. This is not personal. Nobody's trying to get you. Nobody hates you. You know what I mean? Yeah, you seeing a whole goddamn 5th chapter of Behold the Pale Horse come to life like a Harvey Weinstein production in front of your face. But what you gonna do about it? There's nothing that you can do about it. You just gotta go with the flow. You know what I'm talking about? Nigga, you in class, right? We're in a school. We're in a university. This is KTL University. This is a university, and a galaxy is our classroom. So we are the observers. We are the quote unquote, we're dealing with metaphysics beyond the physical. We're dealing with the occult. We're dealing with the unseen. So when you bring the unseen into the scene with sight beyond sight, and then you clothe it in word, you see it manifest before you. That's how this quantum entanglement, that's how this quantum thing works. Quantum entanglement means there's a red pill on Saturn somewhere, or there's a red pill in a universe where I'm sitting on where I might be a king in my own kingdom, right? A kingdom the size of Rome, but I'm entangled. So the shit that I'm doing here is the shit that I'm doing there, and vice versa. That's quantum entanglement. You've been introduced to these concepts through the Avengers movie, that Spider-Man animated movie. A whole bunch of shit came out recently and was giving you a lot of quantum talk to give you a greater understanding about the multiverse, the multi-universe. Facts, right? Do you understand it more than you understood it before? So this conversation that we're having, could it's gonna hit differently than if we were completely ignorant to what the hell is a quantum, based off of the fact of of me doing the quantum supremacy video with Brother Rich in 2017, and then to see where the conversation is on quantum in the quote unquote public sphere or in the collective consciousness, you know, you could go ahead and say, yo, they picked up that conversation done picked up. That shit went mainstream. For all of the students who bought a ticket to the Thursday class, it was I think it went over 80. You have to check in your email. Go and put constant contact in the search bar, because you were sent the email, right, that you did not open up. They had the original quantum supremacy lecture in it. Because if anybody's in the chat room and y'all saw the original one, do me a favor and press 2. You know what I'm saying? So the family who didn't see it can see, so they could believe what I'm saying, and they'll go in their chat, they'll go in their email or their spam, and they'll be able to see that they got gifted with a free 5-hour lecture. This all prophecy. I'm gonna get on my Dick Gregory shit. I'm old enough. I'm gonna start hitting you niggas with because it's getting to that. It's getting to that. It's late. It's a portal. I'm gonna do a rant tonight. My son is here. I'm feeling real fucking cocky, bro. He was born with big balls. I'm feeling real cocky. I'm ready to turn up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go on a rant tonight. So just prepare yourselves, because we're in an airy season. The portals are open. The ancestors is listening. These planets is coming together. You know what I'm talking about? Like, well, like Joe Exotic and them fucking tigers, bro. These planets are linking up, and it's time to cook. I don't know. I could go outside for a breath of fresh air and never come back in, nigga, and never come back in. We're in those days. So you think we're gonna? What do you think we're gonna hold back? So go in your email, my friends. You know what I'm saying? I bear gifts. You know, the fact that my son came, not only that was a gift. I'm like, yo, shit, I'm in a giving mood. So I gave you niggas a free lecture. I'm finna sell that shit. I could get $100 for that. How about that? And you be like, what is he talking about? I'm talking about this. The evolution will be digitized, nigga. The game changed. And did I not tell you that? God damn. Hmm? Huh? I'm gonna just get the Dick Gregory face tatted like on my neck or something with the caption, because it's time on these niggas. Did I not say that the evolution will be digitized? Zoom stocks went from like a few dollars to $100-something. The users on Zoom went from 20 million to 100 million in the month of March. I'm gonna pull that article up. And I said on a lecture that we did here about 120. $8 is the Zoom stocks. Thank you. And I said on a lecture that we did, what was it, January or February? I was like, yo, go and get the Zoom stocks. This shit finna be lit, because the evolution is gonna be digitized. And yeah, you niggas is living analog right now, but something is about to change. And then it changed. And I'm not on here. This is not for ego purposes. This is for recording to these fucking ancestors out here in these motherfucking spaceships, and they tapped in right now because it's 444 and there's nothing else going on. You niggas is in a house quarantine, and there's light ships out there, and there's ancestors like the Watchmen, Dr. Manhattan, and them. They paying attention to this. So I'm recording our deeds in the cloud, because that's what tonight is about. You'll never have a night like this ever again. When you finish this lesson, when we finish this lesson, you know, we'll all be sharper, right? We'll all be sharper. Shout out to Blue Pill, the 444 God. I'm only his student. He teaches me some new shit every day. He teaches me some new shit every day, bro. Hold on a minute, y'all. I have to send a link real quick. Give me 1 second while I'm gonna talk, but I just gotta send it. You know, shout out to Blue. But the reason why, yeah, shout out to shout out to the 44 guard, blue pillar in the building. You know. But let's read about this conjunction before I get off a topic. And understand, please understand that this information about these conjunctions are something that I am highly advising the family to do further research into. Like, if you don't know about this and you're on the quest for knowledge, right? Knowledge, because knowledge is not history. Knowledge itself is not history. We have a program that we're bringing back out. We were supposed to launch it about 10 years ago, but then somebody came and stole the goddamn idea or tried to swagger jack it and ran, you know, but it was our shit first. And it was called Hawks, Health and Wealth, Knowledge of Self. And that initiative is dealing with, you know, consciousness, or what consciousness really supposed to be versus what people are making it. Because health and wealth, because consciousness, or rather what we deem consciousness in a conscious community, it has gotten such a bad rap over the years, and I understand why. I won't be a retard and sit here and act somewhat oblivious to the debauchery and a lot of the foolery, the tomfoolery, and just the sheer disrespect, disregard, and the disenchantment value that some of the people who were not even qualified to be on cameras, you know, brought to the table when the unqualified were let into the room to sit amongst the qualified. You know what I'm talking about? The whole shit went topsy-turvy from that point on, because those two, it was like oil and water. It don't mix. It does not mix. It don't mix. So certain things don't go together. That shit don't mix. You know? Yeah, pardon me. I have to take care of something. So study these conjunctions, because the shit is real. So we don't have to be victims. Even when things happen to us in life, go and get your damn chart read. If a motherfucker smacked your face off, go and read your chart. That you might have been in alignment to get your face smacked off. And that person should receive a handshake from you, maybe, because they was only fulfilling prophecy. Nigga, you was destined to get smacked. You know what I'm talking about? You was destined to get motherfucking you know, Debo'd or whatnot. It's your chart. I've read charts where people were destined to get murdered. Nigga, how do you know they didn't decide that's what they wanted, how they wanted to go out? And the people who put the bullets in them and whatnot, they might have just been destined to be their killers. Sometimes you pick your killer. You pick the one who's gonna execute you. Do you know that? So these conjunctions are important. You gotta know when to lay low. You might have to know when to throw a brick. You might have to know when to fall back, because it's going to be in your charts, and you could get washed if you don't know what the hell is going on and what the time, what the real time is. Because going back to what the point I was making about knowledge of self, this is knowledge of self, health, right? We could all clearly see why health is about the now. Health is number one. I've always said it, and now I don't have to go I don't have to go hard. I don't have to scream. As a matter of fact, after the rant, I'm gonna calm down because I don't got to do nothing. You know, I'm about to get on my silent shit because silence is I mean, I could be out here right now running my mouth, but I'm realizing with everybody out here bumping their guns with nothing coming out of it, with a whole bunch of venom that they're spewing. You know, look, my haters is like Joe, nigga, they trying to Carol Baskin me in them streets. My haters is definitely Joe Exotic. They are fixated on me. You understand? These niggas are fixated on me. They're infatuated with me. I'm Carol Baskin to them. You know what I'm talking about? They trying to hire the hitman right now. So silence and just doing you, nigga. When you know that your life is beautiful, when you know that you won, when you know that you winning, when you got gods walking through stargates, star seeds, and they're yours, and that's you. Man, listen, you better not fall victim to the fuckery. You know what I'm talking about? You better not fall victim to the trap. The devil out here laying traps, my nigga. They will trap you. You got to remember, the trolls need you to pay them a motherfucking toll. I will not feed the trolls. I don't do that. I know about troll energy. I don't feed the trolls. I don't pay their tolls, nigga. Jupiter, Pluto, conjunction. Well, we are here. In this most extraordinary time on earth, something deep inside you already knew this time, this shift, this transition was coming. Yet somehow, as we wade our way through that inner knowing, doesn't always make the physical experience any easier. On the back of January 2020's Saturn Pluto conjunction, please go and look that up. That's what got this whole shit popping right now. That's what got this whole thing popping. It's that conjunction. But now, today, that conjunction changes. And now we find ourselves in the Jupiter Pluto conjunction. 2020 is a pivotal point of reflection of the hardships over the past 20 years, from 2000 to 2020. Cash Money taking over for the 99 to 2000. Remember, there's a lot of reflection on 20-year cycles, all of this 2K shit, 2000, 2020 going on. However, fulfillment, I just realized fulfillment also resonates to the number 4 in numerology, will foster its own rewarding sweetness during 2020. There is work to be done. There are so many broken bits that have lost their way. There are so many shards that have forgotten that they are part of the whole. And thanks to Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter in 2020, my guess is that many of the pieces are yet to be broken up in order to transmute excess and reveal a deep, authentic, and internal beauty. 2020 is about dedicating your life to flourishing, the shift toward a world more beautiful, built upon the foundation of heart values. Okay. This shit is not dark enough. This is not dark enough. You know what I'm saying? This is some flower child shit. I just pulled this up on the internet, but it's too tree huggery. Where's the fucking smoke? You know what I mean? I can't do this. Look at her. Yeah, I'm not reading your information, Ma. I'm good. You got to be careful on this internet. That's why we need our own Google. You know what I'm talking about? Niggas need something like Google or something. I'm not reading her the same. She looked like she'll follow me around in the motherfucking in the crystal shop. You know what I'm saying? She looked like one of them European ladies that'll try to sell me some amethysts. Like she made that shit. If you don't get the fuck on, you know what I'm talking about? Fuck is you talking about? I'm not reading your information to my students. She don't even know what she's talking about. That's what I'm saying. Rah, cool. You know, my people, they need, he need his own blog like that. But no worries, we working. We're gonna get all of that. Oh gosh. See how they done hijack, they done ran it, because our people don't. There's so many fucking astrologists in the hood, but nobody's on top of Google. When I Google this shit, it's all of these goddamn. It's Joe Exotic and all of these fucking yoga teachers and whatnot. You know what I mean? I want to read an astrology from Rosmariah Bay or Panic or, I want to read some Darth Vader shit. Like, what is, all right, maybe this is it. Jupiter conjunct Pluto natal gives an incredibly strong need to make it big in the world. You want power and influence and make ambitious plans to succeed at the highest levels. Your intense drive and ambition make you determined, persistent, and sometimes ruthless. Setbacks or failures do not discourage you like they do other people. You see opportunity in every challenge and use the experience to perfect your skills and change your plans. Continual growth and adaptation is your path to personal mastery and prosperity. The shit's speaking to me. You are a lucky person, but should not take your good fortune for granted. You should aim to be generous, but never greedy. It is important that you act morally and ethically and do not let your power or success go to your head. See? This aspect has the potential to make you very powerful very quickly before you have the wisdom and humility to use it safely. Wide knowledge and spiritual development are needed before you amass power and wealth. Damn. God damn, I'm being read right now. You know what I'm talking about? I feel like I'm in front of a gypsy or something. Never think you are too smart to learn from your teachers, right? Hold on. Niggas backdrops. The shit is so powerful. A nigga backdrop is falling. Don't be laughing at me. I'm gonna fix this shit. Because guess what? When I'm on the green screen, then you're gonna be in my inbox talking about, yo, Red, you stunting. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have a problem with it. You know, that's that social media shit. That's what TikTok is doing to these niggas. Now, where was I? You are a lucky person, but should not take your good fortune for granted. You should aim to be generous, but never greedy. You see how the ancestors spoke to a nigga just now? They made my backdrop fall, and I had to be humble about it because a nigga who didn't have humility and couldn't laugh at themselves would have lost it. You see how they still fucking with me? How about we do this? Yeah. How about we say thank you, ancestors? We're gonna get the green screen and show you a thing or two. Okay? But that's what this is about. This is about the upgrade. This is about the level up. You know what I mean? This is about going from the makeshift background to the green screen when your shit magical. So I accept all of these things. You know, I humbly accept all of these lessons that this reading has for me because this is how the ancestors worked. You know, they say speak the language of the people. So as I'm reading this, it's the language of the people. Like this is it. So are y'all understanding what today means? Um, Never think that you are too smart to learn from your teachers. Before you can wield power, you must submit to it. It is okay to be driven, but be mindful of becoming obsessed, fanatical, or self righteous. You have the good fortune and power to make a big difference in the world and affect many people. You will be richer in every way if you make friends along the way instead of enemies. Jupiter conjunct Pluto transit makes you focused and driven to succeed at what you are most passionate about. A mix of intense effort and good luck gives you the power and influence to make a big difference in your life. The result of this transit depends on your goals. So it is important to think about what you want to do during this prosperous phase of life. Business, success, wealth, travel, a promotion at work, or better, a career are just some of the possibilities. It is also important to consider spiritual self development because power and success could easily go to your head. Selfishness, greed, jealousy, or revenge should definitely not be your motivation. Instead, you should want to succeed. So improve your life without harming others. Your generosity will be repaid, and you could make new and influential friends. If you act in a ruthless, extreme, self-righteous, or obsessive way, you are likely to face powerful forces acting against you. This can include trouble from superiors, government authorities, or the law. If you act morally and ethically, you will grow spiritually and materially. This should be a time of large-scale achievement and success that makes you happy and content well into the future. It's talking to me. It's talking to me. Talk black to me, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? I know what it's saying. Look, Jupiter conjunct Pluto celebrities. Nathan Lane, Arsenio Hall, Bill Gates, my niggas who we're gonna talk about tonight, Johnny Rotten. That's why he's cooking right now. Whoopi Goldberg, Mick Jagger, Jim Jones, nigga, Mel Gibson, Bjorn Borg. Right, we're gonna get into the transhumanism. Bjorn Borg. You funny Negroes. Arsenio Hall. Bill Hates, Bill Gates of Hell, Johnny Rotten, Jim Jones drink the Kool-Aid. Oh, what are you talking about? Jupiter conjunct Pluto 2020. All three Pluto conjunctions in 2020 are conjunct asteroid Pallas. Pallas is the maiden, named after Pallas Athena, goddess of wisdom, courage, just warfare, strategy, and skill. She is associated with creative intelligence, political nows, pattern recognition, and the relationship between father and daughter. And she was born from the head of Zeus. Okay? So tap in. All right? This is quantum. Okay? This conjuncture today is very powerful, as you can see. You know, I'm highly motivated by this. This is a reading right here. You know what I'm saying? This is a reading that I just did. You know, hopefully it was a reading that you could relate to, but it was a reading, it was a personal reading for me like a motherfucker. Now let's start this lecture. Like, yeah, we could start this lecture. You know? Y'all all right? Y'all all right? This is a good look. This classroom thing, we all in the classroom. It's a whole bunch of us. Shout out to everybody in the building tonight. I just want to say love and light. I love each and every one of y'all. I thank y'all for being here. Ashe. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. I might not know everybody personally, but I feel like I know every single one of y'all. You know, and if we meet in the flesh, you know, we salute each other. But if not, it's all good. We in the classroom together. We're tapped into the quantum mind. And I want to say each and every single one of you, because we're going to talk about what the quantum mind means. I got my network that I'm tapped into, my ancestors, but what about the ones that you're tapped into? And what about the ones that you're tapped into? And what about the ones that you're tapped into? So each one of us tonight, when we started this class, we were tapping into a worldwide audience mentally on a quantum groupthink, a mastermind principle, the same thing that you read about in that book, Think and Grow Rich, right? It's the same thing. It's the mastermind principle. So we actually started out and did something in real time, quantum. And I promise you that we're going to be able to chart results. It's not, maybe the corona won't stop in its tracks. Maybe the shit won't just fizzle up and go away tomorrow. Maybe it's going to continue to do its damage in motherfucking Rome. Maybe it's going to continue to sweep some people up out of Spain. You know, who knows? Maybe it's going to continue to wash some people up in mainland China with some anti-Negro sentiments. I don't know. But the way the corona is moving, right? The way that the corona, the crown, the sun, the corona, the COVID-19, the way the countries that it's picking, these countries have an interesting history with picking on Africans, though. These countries have an interesting history on the pickings, the cotton picking Negroes. That is a fact. I'm going to show you. I already showed you in the last lecture. You know what I'm saying? If you want to hear the old red pill, go buy the old shit. We don't got time to go over the old information. We got so much new shit to talk about. But I'm promising you, we done talked about that. We done covered it. That's old news, my niggas. You know what I'm talking about? That's old news. Catch up, like Jay-Z told niggas. Catch up, niggas. We got to catch up. And I'm not stunting. You know, that's not what I do. You know, I'm not stunting on you. Here we go. We're going to be playing some video and stuff like that tonight. All right. We're in for a treat, guys. So can you see the screen? Is everybody in view of the screen in front of us? Y'all work with me. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Y'all can see it. I can't hear what to do. You can't hear what? What you want to hear? You want to hear the video? All right, give it a minute. So, of course, this is the flyer. I designed it. Shit is lit. KTL University presents Quantum Supremacy 2020, right? I did a new flyer too with the 4/4 date, but these two are collector items, so we're gonna hold on to both of them. Quantum Supremacy 2020, yes, this is the class part of the KTL University series presented by Brother Red Pill. What are quantum computers? Let's get right into it. Quantum computers, any classical register composed of 3 bits can store in a given moment of time only 1 out of 8 different numbers. A quantum register composed of 3 qubits can store in a given moment of time all 8 numbers in a quantum superposition. Classic register 101. Quantum register 000 001 010 010 100 101 110 111. So in layman's terms, quantum computers represent not the infinity, but it represents the quote unquote,
if I focus,
the exponential growth of possibilities, the exponential growth of potentialities, the quote unquote, not just the flip. You know, everybody is into the double flip. That's classical. I'm gonna do a flip 2 times. I'm gonna flip my money 3 times, then I'm gonna go to the sneaker store. In quantum, the flip is 12 times. Okay, that's quantum. It's flipping everywhere, all kind of places. You understand what I'm saying? It keeps saying that my internet connection is unstable. Now, if we have any technical difficulties whatsoever on anyone's end, please let me know in the quote unquote chat room, because from where I'm sitting, I see a clear screen. I don't see any interruptions and whatnot. And if they're sending me that signal, I just want to know if it's being interrupted on anybody else's end. You dig? So yeah, let's get into this video.
If I focus really hard, do my powers of quantum mechanics allow me to manifest reality? No. But then why did some of the founders of the theory seem to think that consciousness and quantum mechanics were inextricably linked?
This is about consciousness and quantum mechanics. How consciousness, we're part of the conscious community. We speak about we're conscious. I have shirts that I put conscious on the front of them. We walk around conscious this, conscious that, conscious, conscious, conscious. But we're teaching tonight about quantum supremacy. So I want to draw the comparison so we have an understanding about the lexicon that's being used, and it's interchangeable. That when I speak about quantum, I'm talking about consciousness, and I'm tying it into this conscious experience that we're all having, okay?
If I focus really hard, do my powers of quantum mechanics allow me to manifest reality? No. But then why did some of the founders of the theory seem to think that consciousness and quantum mechanics were inextricably linked? The behavior of the quantum world is beyond weird. Objects being in multiple places at once, communicating faster than light, or simultaneously experiencing multiple entire timelines that then talk to each other. The rules governing the tiny quantum world of atoms and photons seem alien, and yet we have a set of rules that give us incredible power in predicting the behavior of quantum systems, rules encapsulated in the mathematics of quantum mechanics. Despite its stunning success, we are now nearly a century past the foundation of quantum mechanics, and physicists are still debating how to interpret its equations and the weirdness they represent. It's not surprising that the profound weirdness of the quantum world has inspired some outlandish explanations, nor that these explanations have strayed into the realm of what we might call mysticism. One particularly pervasive notion is the idea that consciousness can directly influence quantum systems, and so influence reality. Today, we're going to see where this idea comes from and whether quantum theory really supports it. To start, we're going to need to go back to one of the earliest interpretations of quantum mechanics, the Copenhagen interpretation, often associated with Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg. It tells us that the very act of measurement or observation causes an experiment to settle on a particular result, and that it's meaningless to talk about a well-defined objective reality before that measurement is made. Let's see where this kooky idea comes from, using the classic example of the double slit experiment. It goes like this.
Shit.
A single electron is shot.
Damn, my bad. Y'all don't, hold on. Nah, y'all supposed to see the video. Hold on. God damn it.
If I focus.
We're done, my friend. We're done. We're done. Oh no. Damn, this shit don't got an escape button. Give me 1 second.
If I focus really hard.
Hold on, y'all. Let me pull up this video for the fans. Give me 1 second. I did not know that y'all couldn't see that damn video.
If I focus
Give me a minute. I'm trying to get out of one of these screens so I could share my screen, but having an issue with that. Give me 1 second, y'all.
if I focus
What screen do y'all see right now as I'm going through these slides? And if anybody, you can open your mic and say something because I can't even see the chat.
I don't see anything.
Oh, you don't see anything?
I mean, I see a picture of you.
Oh, that's it, but you can hear me.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay, all right. So let me just log. I'm trying to log out of this. There's a screen that I'm in right now, and in order to change that, I have to log out of it, but it's not allowing me to do it. So, here we go. Okay. My bad. All right, we good, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I focus really hard, do my powers of quantum mechanics allow me to manifest reality? No. But then why did some of the founders of the theory seem to think that consciousness and quantum mechanics were inextricably linked? The behavior of the quantum world is beyond weird. Objects being in multiple places at once, communicating faster than light, or simultaneously experiencing multiple entire timelines that then talk to each other. The rules governing the tiny quantum world of atoms and photons seem alien, and yet we have a set of rules that give us incredible power in predicting the behavior of quantum systems, rules encapsulated in the mathematics of quantum mechanics. Despite its stunning success, we are now nearly a century past the foundation of quantum mechanics, and
Sound went out.
explanations have strayed into the realm of what we might call mysticism. One particularly pervasive notion is the idea that consciousness can directly influence quantum systems, and so influence reality. Today, we're going to see where this idea comes from and whether quantum theory really supports it. To start, we're going to need to go back to one of the earliest interpretations of quantum mechanics, the Copenhagen interpretation, often associated with Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg. It tells us that the very act of measurement or observation causes an experiment to settle on a particular result, and that it's meaningless to talk about a well-defined objective reality before that measurement is made. Let's see where this kooky idea comes from, using the classic example of the double slit experiment. It goes like this. A single electron is shot at a pair of slits. It passes through and is registered on a detector screen on the other side. When multiple electrons are shot, one after the other, they form a series of bands. That's the same pattern that will be produced by a wave passing through both slits, a so-called interference pattern. But that's weird, because this interference pattern seems to guide the path of every electron independently of the others. Each solitary electron must know the entire wave pattern, which means it must, in some sense, travel through both slits. The Copenhagen interpretation explains the result of this experiment by saying that the electron does not travel as a particle, or as a physical wave along one of these paths. Instead, it travels as an abstract probability wave, something we call a wave function. That probability wave defines the location of the electron at any point if you try to measure it. The Copenhagen interpretation states that prior to measurement, is meaningless to talk about a real physical state for the electron. It exists only as the possible outcome of a future measurement. Prior to measurement, it is the wave function. Copenhagen tells us that when we make that measurement, the wave function collapses. It goes from a cloud of possible final destinations for the electron to a more or less definite spot on the detector screen. Wave function collapse seems essential because our large-scale classical world isn't made of probability clouds, it's made of objects with clearly definable properties. So when does the quantum transition to the classical actually happen? Let's look at the process in the case of the double slit experiment. The electron wave function passes through both slits, reaches the electronic detector, and there it excites a second electron somewhere on the detector screen. That second electron begins a cascade, an electrical impulse that travels along circuits to be registered by a computer, which updates an image on a computer screen to show where the electron hit. And that information travels via photons to light-sensitive molecules in our retinas, which initiate electrical signals to our visual cortex, and more electrical signals in other parts of the brain result in a subjective sense of the original electron's chosen destination on the screen. We call this chain of information between the detector and the mind a von Neumann chain, after the great Hungarian-American physicist John von Neumann. He wrote that wave function collapse must happen somewhere between the measuring apparatus and the conscious awareness of the result of that measurement. But exactly where? Probably not as soon as our electron wave function reaches the detector. The first electron to become excited in the detector is also a quantum object. That means the traveling electron's wave function will just become mixed with the wave functions of all electrons that it could possibly excite. We should get what we call a superposition of states, a wave function in which an electron at every location on the detector screen is simultaneously excited and not excited. So perhaps the wave function transition happens somewhere in the circuitry or in the computer or in the retina. But all of these things are made out of atoms. The von Neumann chain from detector to mind is a chain of quantum objects. With no clear boundary between the quantum and the classical, where does the collapse of the wave function happen? We call this open question the measurement problem. John von Neumann believed that the wave function collapse must happen at the moment of conscious awareness of the result of an experiment. Another of the greats of early quantum theory agreed with him. Eugene Wigner was a fellow Hungarian-American and actually went to school with von Neumann before they both ended up at Princeton. The idea that consciousness collapses the wave function is now called the von Neumann-Wigner interpretation, and it's sort of a subset of the Copenhagen interpretation. In 1961, Wigner devised a thought experiment to argue for the role of consciousness. The Wigner's friend experiment goes something like this. Suppose you don't conduct the double slit experiment, your friend does. You know the experiment has been completed with a single electron reaching the detector, and your friend is aware of the result, but you are not. So we have an extra step in our von Neumann chain. Before the information about this quantum experiment reaches your conscious awareness, it has to pass through your friend's conscious awareness. So we have this weird moment, somewhere between the landing of that electron on the screen and your friend telling you the result. From your perspective, your friend's entire brain exists in a quantum superposition of all possible results of the experiment. Only after your friend tells you the result of the experiment does their brain wave function collapse to a single experimental outcome. So you ask your friend, what was it like for your whole brain to be in a superposition of states? Well, they think you're crazy. They tell you that the wave function collapsed as soon as the physical experiment was completed. But there was no way for that collapse to have happened from your perspective. No information had reached you. So there's the conflict. Different observers say the wave function collapses at different times. Eugene Wigner felt that this conflict meant that it was impossible for entire brains, or more importantly, conscious experiences generated by those brains, to be in a superposition of states. Therefore, he concluded that conscious experience must itself play a role in generating wave function collapse. Wigner and von Neumann weren't the only ones who questioned the relationship between the mind and the measurement problem. Wolfgang Pauli was perhaps the first to assert the connection, and his influence may have started the development of the Copenhagen interpretation, later attributed mostly to Bohr and Heisenberg. Bohr himself was careful about claiming any direct role of the conscious mind, and vigorously defended himself after Einstein accused him of introducing mysticism into physics. But Heisenberg was more open to mystical interpretations and the direct influence of consciousness, at least early on. Even Erwin Schrödinger, in his 1958 lectures, Mind and Matter, states that consciousness is needed to make physical reality meaningful. With the greats of quantum physics inclined to speak in these mystical terms, it's not surprising that the ideas stuck around. In the 1970s, books like The Tao of Physics and The Dancing Wu-Li Masters drew parallels between Eastern mystical traditions and quantum physics. Now, on its surface, that seems like a nice idea, poetic descriptions of the mysteries of physics with philosophical musings. But these works really opened the floodgates. Self-help books and documentaries proliferated, making all sorts of claims, like that you can influence reality by acts of will, collapse the wave function in your favor to force the location of a spot on a screen, or influence the shapes of snowflakes, or get a promotion. And then there's the idea that external reality doesn't have an objective existence. Our minds invent the universe. But as Richard Feynman said, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. The more you know about this theory, the less likely you are to pretend that you fully understand its deepest implications. And yet, the most confident claims about quantum mechanics seem to be the mystical ones. They tend to be made by people who have never studied the theory deeply, but nonetheless have great surety in cherry-picking and misinterpreting the early speculations of some of its founders. Those founders did question the role of consciousness and the connection between subjective and objective reality, and they were right to do so. The weird behavior of the quantum world demanded the courageous and open-minded speculation that characterizes a great scientist. But the other quality of a great scientist is openness to changing your mind. And most of them did change their minds, veering away from the idea of a direct causal role of consciousness. In Heisenberg's later writing, he states that the wave function collapse must be a continuous process between the measurement device and the conscious mind, and definitely not a sudden event caused by the latter. Wigner, too, he switched camps and spoke against the notion of the primary role of consciousness. He denied what he called the solipsistic view that the mind is foremost, that consciousness generates the universe. In fact, we can use Wigner's friend to put to rest the worst misinterpretations of the Copenhagen interpretation. This time, you stand next to your friend and you perform the double slit experiment together. A single electron reaches the detector screen and you both learn its location at the same time. You talk to each other and you agree you observe the same result. The wave function collapses in the same way for both of you. So what? Maybe one observer is forcing their preferred wave function collapse on everyone else? Or maybe you are the only observer and you're inventing your friend and, well, the rest of reality, and there are no other observers in the universe to give conflicting results. No, the only coherent explanation for the consistency of experimental results between different observers seems to be that the result of the experiment and reality exists independently of individual observers. Sure, you could talk about a global consciousness collapsing a universal wave function, but that's not going to give you any powers of quantum wishing. Despite not having settled the measurement problem, at least not with full consensus, modern quantum theory has come a very, very long way since its foundation. In fact, there are some very precise explanations for why the wave function appears to collapse. And conscious observation may play a role, but not in the way you might think. To understand that, we need to understand what happens to these multiple alternate histories after the electron wave function reaches the detector, and why these histories stop communicating with each other. We need to learn about quantum decoherence and the quantum multiverse. For now, one thing I can say with certainty is that your own future wave function includes a deeper dive into the quantum classical divide on an upcoming episode of Spacetime. Last week, we talked about the axion, a little about the laundry detergent, but mostly about the hypothetical particle that might just solve the mystery of dark matter, if we could detect the thing. This subject was actually suggested on the Spacetime Discord channel, so a big thanks to you lot for the great idea. And you might want to check out that channel if you haven't. 24/7 discussions of all things physics and space, questions are answered, episode suggestions are heard, and there's even a book club. You get access with the lowest $2 a month tier on Patreon, which has the added bonus of helping us keep the Spacetime lights on. There are actually a couple of questions and comments on the Discord about how axions could be dark matter. Aren't they too fast moving and too light? Some of those questions were answered, but I thought I'd add some points here. Okay, so the idea is that axions may have been produced in the Big Bang. And I mean right at the beginning, before the Higgs mechanism gave elementary particles their mass. The idea is when that event occurred and axions became massive, they may have experienced a sort of friction that robbed them of their kinetic energy. The result would have been a cold soup of axions filling the universe. Sure, each would be very light, but there could be enough of them to perfectly account for dark matter. Andrei Predmirsky also asked about this in the comments. If axions come from stars, would galaxies lose their dark matter and fly apart once the stars died? Well, this is a great image. Galaxies flying apart as they turn into black holes and other stellar corpses. But no, this wouldn't happen. If axions are dark matter, then it would have to be the primordial axions, the ones formed in the Big Bang. The axions produced in stars now would be a tiny fraction of the mass we see in dark matter. In fact, they'd be a tiny fraction of the mass we see in stars, which is already much less than the dark matter. Geek Jokes and Francisco Martinez asked whether we would get new quantum fields and new particles if other fundamental constants turned out to vary over space, in the same way that a variable theta constant is hypothesized to give the axion. Well, a field is by definition anything that takes on a numerical value everywhere in space. So by the mathematical definition, a spatially varying constant would be a field. But would it be a quantum field with particles? Well, not necessarily. The theta field yields particles because it has a lowest energy state, a value for theta where potential energy is lowest and on either side of which energy rises. Because it's a dip in energy, the field can oscillate within that dip, and that oscillation is our axion particle, if you also assume quantized energy states. You wouldn't get the same sort of energy structure by varying all of the other constants. Things like the speed of light and the gravitational constant are just scaling factors, so varying them shouldn't lead to quantum particles. But perhaps other constants could give us a field. In my last comment responses, I admonished you for not nerding hard enough because you corrected my pronunciation of Newton's book while missing my questionable taxonomic identity of apes versus monkeys. But wow, you guys really came back and did me proud. We had much more in-depth analyses of whether it should be Principia like an ancient Roman would say, or Principia like a modern Italian or a Latin mass, and whether Newton himself would have said the latter. It seems probably he would. Principia, however, remains strongly disfavored. I will keep you up to date as this important classification in both cases.
All right. He likes to hear himself talking, I guess. You know what I'm saying? He was saying a lot of nothing. But what he was talking about was consciousness and quantum physics. 6 things everyone should know about quantum physics. Quantum physics is usually just intimidating from the get-go. It's kind of weird and can seem counterintuitive, even for the physicists who deal with it every day. But it's not incomprehensible. If you're reading something about quantum physics, there are really 6 key concepts about it that you should keep in mind. Do that, and you'll find that quantum physics a lot easier to understand. Now, before I get into this, as you saw the video that we just saw, he was showing what he considered to be the father of what is known as quantum physics. Quantum physics is metaphysics. when you hear the word quantum physics, it's the quote unquote colonization, Europeanization of what is seen as metaphysics. Metaphysics is even a concept that the Europeans have heavily flocked around. The metaphysics that I speak of course, is the cometaphysics from Dr. Phil Valentine L. And other master teachers who have come along and laid it down and gave us sight beyond sight. You know, and what he's also explaining in that video that we just saw is the experiment that meant to determine that what we know as consciousness is simply observation, and we create our reality based off of it. And when the waves are collapsing based off of what we pay attention to, you know, that gives a key to where we're at, to where we're going, to the powers that work to manipulate, because of course they're knowledgeable about these things. They're able to manipulate things, and they're able to control and utilize control by way of these sciences. Okay, so if they have you focusing on something, if they have you collectively focusing on fear, if they have you collectively focusing on death, if they're handing out, look, Donald Trump and them are getting on the news and they're saying, based upon our projections, 100,000 New Yorkers are going to die. 160, right? I'm like, damn. They're like, based off of the rate that is going in Italy, we could easily assess that this is what's going to happen. And it's the same way that they tell the weather. They're just assessing. It's not real. It is a hypothesis, but once agreed upon by a collective, by the egregor, by the masses, then it has the opportunity to become a reality in the quantum realm. What you pay attention to, what you give your energy to. Energy goes where attention flows. We are in the attention economy. You know what I'm talking about? The father of one of the gods, one of the techno gods of the attention economy, going back to the TV show American Gods, one of the techno gods, the Jigsaw one, the Joker type, Tekashi 6ix9ine, right? Wiggled his way out of the quote unquote belly of the beast to get back on these networks and continue to troll and continue to feed the internet whatever he was feeding it before. Because he tapped into the attention economy. He tapped into the energy and the currency of the attention economy. He tapped into the troll economy or the troll industry or troll culture. And troll culture is real. Troll culture got you a president. Your president is the king, the current crown holder, the undefeated, the Teflon Don of the troll culture. That is King Cooper, my niggas. All right. Everything is made of waves, also particles. Everything is made of waves, theta waves. Shout out to Blue Pill. I might play the Theta Waves video at the end of this class. We got new music out there. So while you're in your quarantine, you could listen to some real music and have something to really feel good about, because that we're giving you some feel good music. We're giving you some bars. Anyway, there's a lot of places to start this sort of discussion, and this is as good as any. Everything in the universe has both particle and wave nature at the same damn time. There's a line in Greg Bear's Fantasy Duology, the Infinity Concerto and the Serpent Mage. Go and get those books. You know, where a character describing the basis of magic says, all is waves with nothing waving over no distance at all. I've already really liked that as a poetic description of quantum physics. Deep down, everything in the universe has wave nature. Of course, everything in the universe also has particle nature. This seems completely crazy, but as an experimental fact worked out by a surprisingly familiar process. Of course, describing real objects as both particles and waves is necessarily somewhat imprecise. Properly speaking, the objects described by quantum physics are neither waves nor particles, but a third category that shares some properties of waves, a characteristic frequency and wavelength, some spread over space, and some properties of particles. They're generally countable and can be localized to a degree. This lends to some lively debate within the physics. Whoop, let me go back. Trying to hold on. 1 second. I gotta move this thing, this chat thing out the way. Thanks. This leads to some lively debate within the physics. This leads to some lively debate within the physics education community about whether it's really appropriate to talk about light as a particle in intro physics courses. Not because there's any controversy about whether light has some particle nature, but because calling photons particles rather than excitations of a quantum field might lead to some student misconceptions. I tend not to agree with this because many of the same concerns could be raised about calling electrons particles, but it makes for a reliable source of blog conversations. This door number 3, nature of quantum objects, is reflected in the sometimes confusing language physicists use to talk about quantum phenomena. The Higgs boson was discovered by the Large Hadron Collider as a particle, but you will also hear physicists talk about the Higgs field as a delocalized thing filling all of space. This happens because in some circumstances, such as collider experiments, it's more convenient to discuss excitations of the Higgs field in a way that emphasizes the particle-like characteristics, while in other circumstances, like general discussion of why certain particles have mass, it's more convenient to discuss the physics in terms of interactions with a universe-filling quantum field. It's just different language describing the same mathematical object. Quantum mechanics, a branch of mechanics that deals with the mathematical descriptions of motion and interaction of subatomic particles, incorporating the concepts of quantization of energy, wave-particle duality, the uncertainty principle, and the correspondence principle. It's right there in the name. The word quantum comes from Latin for how much and reflects the fact that quantum models always involve something coming in discrete amounts. The energy contained in a quantum field comes in integral multiples of some fundamental energy. One of the students said that the family should go read the book of Particle Zion, and I'm going to read that as well. Thank you for that input. And keep in mind, all of the students in the class, we're in the classroom. We don't encourage speaking out of, like in the class, but definitely put your information in the chat room. We all are here to learn. This is an open source, open air classroom. You feel me? This is an open source, open air classroom in KTL University. This is all of us in class teaching each other. I'm just in the front right now, by the blackboard. Well, this is the digital blackboard, but we here to teach each other. There's no big I's and little U's. Like, we all here teaching and learning at the same time. And if you had something to add on, I am humbly saying, add on, because you will be respected and accepted. If you're gonna troll, you already know what it is. You're gonna get what's that, Mississippi? What's the shit for the football team? Mississippi, what is it? Roll bounce? Oh, roll tide. You're gonna get roll tided up out of here. All right. In both cases, so quantum, as we can see, right, is loaded. In both cases, though, the total energy contained in a particular light field is an integer multiple of that energy, 1, 2, 14, 130 times, never a weird fraction like 1.5 pi or the square root of 2, right? So another good book for the family is The Voodoo Quantum Leap, Alternative Realities, Power and Mysticism by Reginald Crosley, MD, right? So not only is this a study group, not only is this a lecture, but this is also a book club that we're going to begin to form, because I'm highly encouraging the family to tap in, get into this quantum information. If you want to empower yourself beyond means that that you probably can't even fathom in this finite mind at this moment, you probably haven't hit the fucking toad. You know what I mean? You probably ain't get the the MOE, what's that? The MEO5 DMT. You probably haven't kissed the toad. You didn't take that trip yet. You haven't expanded your minds. Dive in. This is it right here. You want to talk about being on some Dr. Manhattan shit? You want to talk about God on this planet? You want to talk about the manifesting some kind of energies that are beyond nuclear? Well, once again, let's walk through this, right? Let's walk through this together, because this ain't about speculation. One of the things that I'm saying that I'm really beginning to deal with, because there's so many people out here in these fields, they could just say anything, bro. Like, I'm beginning to feel bad for these students out here, because y'all will let anybody come in front of you and just say, if they can make that shit sound good, they don't got to show you nothing. They don't got to show you no articles. They can say that Oprah Winfrey and Martin Luther King are related. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. They don't have to show you no proof. You know, even with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, Malcolm X and Obama, even though Dr. Valentine showed the proof. But you got to show what you're talking about. Oh, of course, the classic is Ancient Future by Wayne Chandler. You know what I'm talking about? He came with the proof. Nigga, I'm still thinking that that's what it is. I'm riding with Phil on that. Yeah, that's him. Shit. Weird ass Barry. Yeah, he might be. He's not who he said he is. So he's somebody. But people just be saying anything. So anyway, here we go. D-Wave makes quantum computers free to anyone working on the corona crisis. Now, when I did Quantum Supremacy 2020, I didn't know that the D-Wave was going to be connected to the coronavirus, but boom, look at here we have the D-Wave computer of infinite. When they say who is giving these numbers to the WHO, when they say who's coming up with these predictions about who's going to die, when they say all of these things, when people ask these, because I ask myself, where the hell are they getting these numbers from? Like, how do they know? Please mute your mic. Thank you. All right. So The D-Wave computer has the potential, right, to create infinite possibilities. I mean, the D-Wave computer can come up with every single scenario possible, right, about the coronavirus, where to spread it or how to spread it or who to spread it to, and all of these things. You hear the young God in the background, right? Yeah, he got that Aries energy. D-Wave makes his quantum computers free to anyone working on the corona crisis. D-Wave today made its quantum computers available for free to researchers and developers working on responses to the coronavirus COVID-19 crisis. D-Wave partners and customers Seneca, Denso, Fortune, Kyoku, MDR, Menton, AI, NEC, OTO, Lumionautics, QAR Lab at LMU Munich, Sigma I, Tohoku University, and Volkswagen are also offering the help. They will provide access to their engineering teams with expertise on how to use the quantum, on how to use quantum computers, formulate problems, and develop solutions. Quantum computing leverages qubits to perform computations that would be much more difficult or simply not feasible for a classical computer. Based in Burnaby, Canada, D-Wave was the first company to sell commercial quantum computers, which are built to use quantum annealing. D-Wave says the move to make access free is a response to a cross-industry request from the Canadian government for solutions to the COVID-19 pandemic. Free and unlimited commercial contract level access to D-Wave quantum computers is available in 35 countries across North America, Europe, and Asia via Leap, the company's quantum cloud service. Look, last month, D-Wave debuted Leap 2, which includes a hybrid solver service and solves problems of up to 10,000 variables. Now, translation for anybody that's out there and don't understand what I just read. What I just read to you, beyond conspiracy theories, once again, dealing with real life, what people tend to always miss over and jump to the conspiracy. Yeah, people will step past shit that's right in front of you and rather go into the fantasy, because a lot of people love to escape because they don't want to face getting up and doing real work. Now, real work in this situation would be you would have to get all of your paper right. You would have to do intense research to find out what kind of cloak, what kind of title do I have, what do I have to do to get my hands on a fucking D-Wave computer access? Who do I have to lie to if need be? What kind of paperwork do I got to do to create one of these companies that says, yes, I need to use the D-Wave computer to do 10,000 variables and computations on levels that's never, ever been seen before. You talking about 5G? What the fuck? 5G is like Atari to a D-Wave. So they're giving people access via the cloud. You don't even have to have a D-Wave machine. Do you know what that means? Even if one were to do research, they cost $10 million. You wonder how much they cost? Just Google it. D-Wave 2000Q. Why you in class, my people? This is how we got to do this show. The evolution is digital. So when we do these classes, I'm recommending, I don't know, I'm doing this on a desktop, but I got a laptop right in front of me. and I got an 11 iPhone, and I got a tablet. Like, I'm wired up. So I can multitask. So if you in class and you see these slides that I throw up, and you like, yo, that's interesting, screenshot the screen and go and dive, go deep diving. You might come up with something. Go deep diving, go deep, my people, because this is it right here. If any one of the students get access to a D-Wave computer by utilizing what I just said in this article, right? You go, this is how to do it. Free and unlimited commercial contract level access. So contract level is free and unlimited commercial contract level access to D-Wave's quantum computers is available in 35 countries across North America, Europe, and Asia via Leap, which is the company's quantum cloud service. So somebody please go to Leap, put Leap 2 and D-Wave, right? And they got a hybrid. Okay, somebody threw the hybrid up. All right, go to Google and pull up D-Wave and Leap 2 and then drop the link in the chat room for all of the other students. And we're gonna crack this code. There's some hackers amongst us. There's some people amongst us who got the brains and the minds. There are geniuses in the chat. There are geniuses in the student body who gonna be able to tap into this shit. Even if you never get back at me, just know that I set you up for the motherfucking play that you could have used. Because the D-Wave, you don't understand. You don't. This is Pinky and Brain's wet night. This is their wet dream right here. The D-Wave computer. That's it. That is it. $10 million last time I checked, but as they became, that was $10 million in 2017. Look, Puff Daddy could get that shit right now, and we'll forgive him for all of his transgressions. The big homie, Mr. Jay-Z, he said he was what did he say? He had the Geechee Army, you know, your favorite woke rapper, the god, the motherfucking HOV, the god of the woke rappers. He could get the D-Wave computer for Beyonce for an anniversary present, because you know their anniversary is today on 4/4. He got married on 4/4. You know, people talk a lot of shit about Jay-Z, but he out here doing some numerical rituals on you niggas, and it ain't Masonic. Last time I heard I was a Mason. God damn it. If I'm a Mason, where the fuck is the perks at? You know what I'm talking about? I don't even got no silk gloves, my nigga. If I was a Mason, don't they give niggas Cadillacs with that deal? I still got a Metro card. So I'm a famous Mason with no perks. How does that work? What the hell did I sign up for, my niggas? Do you know you know the struggle? You know the fucking struggle to be conscious? You know what I'm talking about? You niggas ain't seen me at no barbecue dinners with the Mason. I don't even got no Easter stars on my line. Oh, maybe I do, but still. Scientists, now look, Google, this is October 23rd, 2019, right? October 23rd, 2019. Google says that they've achieved quantum supremacy and new supercomputer breakthrough, right? Scientists claimed on Wednesday to have achieved a near mythical state of computing in which a new generation of machine vastly outperforms the world's fastest supercomputer, known as quantum supremacy. A team of experts working on Google's Sycamore machine, listen to this, said their quantum system had executed a calculation in 200 seconds that would have taken a classic computer 10,000 years to complete. Come on, talk black to me. A rival team at IBM has already expressed skepticism about their claim. So Google, the search engine, right? The search engine that people says has the potential to be evil. Google, same people that was in China working with the Chinese, right? Working with the Chinese government. The same people that's collecting your data and they own the data. They're working on a supercomputer. The quantum internet is emerging one experiment at a time. So now, not only do we have quantum computers, but we're living in a reality where the quantum internet is on the way. Breakthrough demonstrations using defective diamonds, high-flying drones, laser-based crystals, and other exotica suggest practical, unhackable quantum networks are within reach. Let's watch the video.
I want to ask you a question. What happened on the 29th of October, 1969? Landing on the moon? Close. But on this day, something equally enormous happened. Namely, the first message was sent over the internet. So let me explain just how difficult it actually was to send that first message. So the internet was super tiny. And at 10:30 in the evening, researchers had gathered down in Los Angeles and at Stanford up in Menlo Park to send the first test message. And they had agreed to send the message login, like logging into a remote computer. And because this was challenging, they called each other on the phone to make sure the message arrived. So there were these guys down in Los Angeles at their computer, and they typed the first letter, L. And they asked on the phone, did you see the L? And the excited message comes back, yes, yes, we see the L. And we sent the first letter over the internet. They typed the second letter, the O, and asked again, did you see the O? And they said, yes, we also see the O. And they typed the letter G, and the system crashed. So the internet is a little bit larger now, and we use it to send vast quantities of data. I've recently moved into a new apartment, and just like in many places in the world, I sign up for internet like you sign up for power or water. The internet is everywhere, and it certainly changed the way that we live today. So I'm working on a quantum internet because I believe that it will similarly revolutionize the world. So of course you're asking now, what is this quantum internet? So on the surface, it looks a lot like a classical internet. There's computers, and we're going to send data from one computer to another. Only on the quantum internet, this is a quantum computer, and I'm sending quantum data, quantum bits or qubits, from one place to another. So these qubits are pretty special. For example, we cannot copy a qubit. Unlike a classical bit that can be either 0 or 1, a qubit can be both 0 and 1 at the same time. So you might imagine that instead of sending pictures of a cat that is either dead or alive, we are going to send a Schrödinger's cat that is both dead and alive, or 0 and 1 at the same time. So these qubits are pretty cool, but it brings us to the question, why do we want to send them around? So a quantum internet has many applications that are impossible on the internet today. It can make many things more efficient. And in fact, to use the quantum internet, you also don't need to have a large quantum computer at home. So probably the most famous application of a quantum internet is to use it for secure communication. So secure communication means that I am going to send data to you, like my credit card information, or maybe state secrets. And I want that no one is able to listen into this communication. A quantum internet allows us to use quantum key distribution that enables secure communication whose security relies only on the laws of quantum mechanics. In particular, it's secure even if some eavesdropper who's trying to snoop into our communication has a quantum computer. And it remains secure even if this eavesdropper buys a quantum computer tomorrow. So that's pretty nice. But the quantum internet has many other, possibly less well-known applications, which personally I find probably even more exciting. Using a quantum internet, we can use a quantum computer in the cloud. So quantum computers promise to solve many problems much faster than a classical computer. In particular, we think that they're extremely good at simulating problems in quantum chemistry. So you might imagine that in the future, if you want to explore a new material or a new medicine, you don't first go into the lab and do some hugely long, time-consuming experiment, but you're first going to run a quick simulation on your quantum computer to see whether that makes sense at all.
Right.
Now, quantum computers are pretty expensive. I sort of expect that I will actually be dead by the time that we all have a quantum computer at home or in our office. But of course, we want to use this computing power. So the first quantum computers are likely going to be somewhere in the cloud, and I'm going to pay, say, to use that for an hour. Now, maybe I want to use this quantum computer to perform a simulation on some proprietary material, or possibly even my own DNA. So I don't want to give my DNA to this quantum computer. So it turns out that using a quantum internet, we can use this remote quantum computer in the cloud securely, in the sense that it has no idea what we're going to use it for. Quantum internet can also do all kinds of other cool things. Like it's good at synchronizing clocks much more accurately than we can do classically. It can be used to enhance password identification to some server far away. And curiously, we can even use it to play better at an online game. So what is it about these qubits that is so special that it enables all these applications? 2 qubits can be entangled using a quantum internet. Now, entanglement also still sounds pretty mysterious, but there's actually only 2 features of quantum entanglement that lie at the bottom of all of these applications. So if you understand these 2 features, you'll have a pretty good intuition of what a quantum internet is good for. So what are these 2 features? So the first one is called maximum coordination. Let's say I've used the quantum internet to entangle a qubit here in Vienna with some qubit far away, somewhere down in Sydney. And I'm going to perform a measurement on my qubit. And let's imagine a friend down in Sydney performs exactly the same measurement. Now, if we make the same measurement, we will get the same measurement outcome instantaneously. You can think of a measurement as asking a question to a qubit. I can ask, qubit, are you pointing left or are you pointing right? And if I ask the question to my qubit here in Vienna and my friend asks the same question down in Sydney, then if I see left, he will see left, and if I see right, he will see right. And this happens instantaneously, even though the answer is not determined ahead of time. And the cool thing is that it actually works for any question that we might have asked to this qubit. If I had asked, are you red or green? We would have seen exactly the same. We get always the same answer. So entanglement is maximally coordinated. And it is this feature that makes it naturally so suited for tasks that require coordination or synchronization. So remember I said there were two features of quantum entanglement. So what is this second feature? The second feature of quantum entanglement is that it's inherently private. If I have two qubits and they're completely entangled with each other, then it's physically impossible for any other qubit or actually anything else in the universe to have any share of this entanglement. This means that if I have a qubit that is completely entangled with your qubit, no one else can have a share of the entanglement. Our two entangled qubits form a private connection that no one else can share. Mm-hmm. So entanglement cannot be shared, and it's inherently private, and it's this feature that makes it naturally very suited for secure communication. So remember these two features? It's maximally coordinated and inherently private. So now I've told you all these things about qubits and entanglement, but given that quantum entanglement is so cool, you might ask, why don't we have a quantum internet yet? It turns out that we can actually send qubits over short distances. You can go online and actually buy a commercially available box that performs quantum key distribution, quantum secure communication, over standard telecom fiber over distances of roughly 100 kilometers. So the real challenge in building a quantum internet is to get these qubits to travel further than these 100 kilometers. So of course you might be asking, why is it so difficult for these qubits to traverse long distances? If I want to send a qubit down a communication line, we are sending a single photon, one particle of light. So you can imagine that if I take one single particle of light and I send it down a communication line, very soon it will be lost. Remember that also qubits cannot be copied. So if it's lost, it's gone. I cannot resend and try again. So how can we hope to send these qubits over long distances? So fortunately, as I mentioned, we can actually send them over short distances. So let's put like a box in the middle. And the box is not so far away from the left, and it's not so far away from the right, namely close enough that I can send qubits both from the left and from the right to the box. All right, let's try that. What we're going to do is we're going to take two entangled qubits on the left, and I'm going to send one of them to the box. Box is not far away, so we can do that. I'm going to take another two qubits, which are entangled. I'm going to send one of them to the box. So now we have entanglement with this box. So the cool thing is that there is a procedure called entanglement swapping, with which we can glue this entanglement together and create entanglement over the entire distance. That's pretty cool. So such a box is called a quantum repeater, and we can use it to make entanglement over long distances. But you're probably saying, what about this entanglement? You promised us that we could send my Schrödinger cat, this particular data qubit that I want to send, somewhere else. So there's a nice feature of quantum that if we have entanglement, we can now send a data qubit by teleporting it across. So I take my yellow data qubit and I teleport it to the other side. So this way, we can send qubits over long distances. So you're probably saying, you know, this talk is getting more fantastical by the minute. First, there were these qubits. Now we're even going to teleport them around. So we are actually actively working on this box, the quantum repeater. And by 2020, we want to have the first demonstration network in the Netherlands that showcases this box, the quantum repeater. It might become the first quantum internet in the world that actually connects small quantum computers, small quantum processors, in such a way that we can send qubits from any of these quantum computers to another. We can make entanglements between any of these two cities. So you can sort of think that we are now on the edge of the quantum 1969. And in 2020, we want to send the first quantum message over what might be the first quantum internet. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, as you can see by that video, they are plotting and building and explaining in layman's terms the benefits of the quantum internet. And that is going to be a reality coming up very soon, right? So, yeah, look into it. Quantum internet. China is leading the way. Go and do the research. But in the quantum internet, you have the quantum app development. You have quantum coding, computing applications. Look at all of these articles right here. D-Wave makes his quantum computers free to anyone working on the corona crisis. D-Wave makes his computers free to any. Quantum computing and machine learning are extremely well matched. So the D-Wave quantum computing and machine learning are extremely well matched. So the D-Wave computers, quantum computers, are teaching the AI. They're teaching the AI, the artificial intelligence, aka machine learning. Imagine if we were able to control quantum computers and we were able to feed the artificial intelligence, and we are able to feed the machine learning. This, you cannot take it out of the realm of impossibilities because they're doing it in Africa. They're doing it. They might be doing it in certain people's that are on this call tonight, like in their cliques or in their networks or in their quote unquote development teams. It's not hard. D-Wave Leap 2 Quantum Cloud Service is built for business. You got to look into these things. The digital evolution is here. You don't want to be caught up on Instagram, trying to make Instagram videos and keep up with the OnlyFans twerkers and whatnot. That's not the internet, my niggas. You know what I'm talking about? Social media is not the internet. Social media is not the internet. Shit on your mobile phone, that's not the internet, bro. That's not it. It goes further than Pornhub and WorldStar. That's not the internet. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you gotta really tap in. This is some powerful shit out here. You could get to it through the internet. But there's new internets being built as we speak. And I don't think it's 13 years away. Quantum internet is gonna be here before 2030. I can guarantee you that. And the quantum internet is not 30 years away. We dealing with something more powerful than Moore's law. They're going to evolve. That shit is gonna evolve. After 5G is the quantum internet, bro. So maybe they're gonna rock 5G for 10 years if they have it their way. If they have it their way that they want to squeeze this thing, because imagine how much trillions of dollars they're gonna make just with 5G. They can't, like, we're ahead of our time right now just with this information because this is so ahead of the curve, because the curve is 5G at this moment. We're talking quantum. Quantum and 5G, you can't, they don't even belong in the same sentence. It's, well, you need, I mean, the precursor to it would probably be, but from the looks of things, you could scrap 5Gs and do this quantum shit and without all of the, you know, because it's not dealing with the 5G towers. The way that the quantum machines work, they don't deal with radiation like that. So they got a cloud service for people who want to get into quantum computing applications. What else do you have to fucking lose? Go and be a beast. Go on Medium. Leap to reimagining the future of quantum app development. Because somebody in the chat room, one of the students, go on each one of these goddamn articles, please. Medium, Venture Beat, and we're gonna have a reward system too. I'm not one of those people who are not gonna reward the family for doing the work. You know, like in class, you have to develop a reward system. Maybe we're gonna give out Third Eye Thursday t-shirts or KTL University shirts, the merch and whatnot. You might get you a hat. But for the students that are out there dropping links and working and whatnot, we're gonna tally it up because I'm gonna save the chat and I'm rewarded. I'm out here giving out motherfucking apples to the students. So I want somebody to drop the link for the Medium article, Leap to Reimagining the Future of Quantum App Development. I think that's very important. Venture Beat, D-Wave announces Leap 2, its cloud service for quantum computing applications. I think that's kind of deep too. I think that there's somebody that's going to benefit off of that. There might be somebody right now, you might be at DeVry University. Shit, you might work at AutoZone. The only thing digital you know is the digital dash. But you hear this information, something speaks to you, you get on your George Washington Carver, you know what I mean? You start creating and inventing things quantumly, and then you know what I'm saying? You Bill Gates from the hood, my nigga, you know what I'm saying? You're Billy Gates, you're William Gates. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You're Stephen Jobless. You know, you're the black version of Stephen Jobless. And you out here popping just because you went ahead and took that leap of faith on some quantum shit. You was out here quantum entangled to a bag. Now you're getting $100,000 a week. No, I'm dead ass. That's where we're going with it. You know what I'm talking about? This shit is about to open up completely. You think the $2 trillion that they just printed up is real money? Niggas is getting into the trillions in the 2020s. Yeah, trillionaire talk is coming. Shout out to Trillionaire Trav. It's no longer, if Jay-Z could get $1 billion, it's trillionaire status on the internet. People is gonna touch that. Believe me when I tell you, in this quantum universe, it's no longer zeros and ones. It's 000111 444 444 44 4444 44. It's all that. Let's get some information on the D-Wave real quick. You know, here's an article about the D-Wave system, right? Because, you know, we're promoting, of course, we're promoting our Afrofuturists. We are promoting our creatives. Hold on. Might be having a little bit of technical problems. Give me a minute, y'all. Let me see something. Do y'all see the screen? Is everything good on everyone's end? Because I was seeing another signal. Let me know, does everybody see the share screen? So we can move forward. Okay, your screen's good? Okay. All right, D-Wave Systems. All right. D-Wave Systems Incorporation, the leader in quantum computer systems, softwares, and services, announced today the immediate availability of Leap 2, the first quantum cloud service designed for developers and organizers to easily build and deploy real-world hybrid quantum applications with practical impact. In addition to live real-time access to the D-Wave quantum system, the offering expands the quantum application environment, QAE, to provide new tools and resources needed to drive development of critical business applications and put them into production. I need y'all to understand the language that you're hearing right now. This is quantum supremacy. This is it. This is crazy. I don't know if you understand. This is crazy. This is the answer. I would have never thought that the D-Wave would have put out the leak, that they would have some cloud service that the average person could tap into a quantum computer. Do you understand what we can do as a people? Not as a fuck. Do you understand what we could do with this shit? Do you understand the power that they're letting you tap into? We could erase victimhood. We could erase, oh, they won't let me. We could erase all of that. We could erase, oh, Trader Joe's told me to stay at home. Oh, we could erase that. We could erase, oh, little Timmy is just playing Fortnite and, you know, he doesn't have anything to do anymore. No, put Timmy on a goddamn, put his ass on a D-Wave. What are you talking about? You put the babies on this. They're going to be the developers. They the digital ones. You make the way. And then you keep having seeds and feeding them and teaching them how to feed the goddamn, the interverse, multiverse, the internet and become trillionaires. What if we had, you know how they have the J. Morrison Legacy Academy in Atlanta? What if we had an academy, a Facts 2020 Academy, a real KTL University? Shit, my niggas. What if we had a basement and a community room in the projects with some little fucking snot nose, some Tyrones hooked up to a D-Wave, going in there hacking shit, doing what they need to do, building up. What if we had a D-Wave running? What if we had the people in Schaumburg attached to this program where they could run variations or they could run solution-based programs to find out all kind of shit dealing with self, dealing with godhood? What if the Nation of Islam was able to tap into this, and Wesley Muhammad and all of them with the God Protocol? What if 19 Keys what if Derek Grace and Riza Islam and the Shifters were able to tap into the D-Wave computers? Because this thing right here is like using 200,000 brains, my nigga. One of our brains is crazy, and we know about the mastermind principle. Look, they're giving you access to a computer that computes 200,000 brains. It's crazy. It's crazy. Niggas can't complain. I'm not trying to hear nobody complaining. I'm hooking off. I don't want to hear nobody complaining. I'm hooking off. I'm treating you niggas real bad right now. I promise you. I don't want to hear no victimhood, nothing. Keep that shit. I'm not hooking off, matter of fact. Let me take that back. Let me warn myself. I'm just keeping a social distance. You know what I'm talking about? I'm going to let somebody breathe on you. I'm not lifting a finger. I'm just falling. I'm going to just keep my social distance. and focus on those who are, you know, here from the future and ready for some mother and ready to make this shit do what it do. And don't need permission from Puff Daddy or Jay-Z or Nick Cannon or anybody to tell them, yo, you should do this. No, nigga, we bending waves. What is you talking about? We catching the waves. So let's just read some of the things. Excuse me for getting excited. But like I said, the portals is open. It's 444. Built on insights from thousands of users, many of them developers, and from the past 18 months of usage of the Leap Quantum Cloud Service. Leap 2 includes Hybrid Solver Server. The Hybrid Solver Service is a managed cloud-based service allowing users to easily solve large and complex problems of up to 10,000 variables. The hybrid solver automatically runs problems on a collection of quantum and classical cloud resources using D-Wave's advanced algorithms to decide the best way to solve a problem. You mean to tell me that they're not going to be using these computers to checkmate niggas at every turn? Do you mean to tell me that this is not the computer that they're using to predict how the motherfucking COVID-19 can lock down a whole world? They ran the equation, and that's what they're doing right now. You know what I'm talking about? The legends. Yo, I'm on my live stream right now. Hold on. Say peace to my live stream.
Hey, Red Pill. What's good, man?
You good. Hold on, let me put the camera on. I just brought word to my mother. I just brought y'all names up. Y'all gonna live long. That's facts. And I got witnesses. How about that? How about that? I got witnesses. They heard me say it.
On Zoom?
Yeah, we on Zoom. You know Zoom is lit.
That's fire. New York City, baby.
You see them? Wait, you see the classroom?
I see you.
No, do you see the classroom?
I see y'all.
Oh, okay.
Tapped in.
Yeah, we tapped in. I can't even count. I think it's more people that got the corona. There's more people that on the chat that got the corona. Shit loaded. Yeah. So I'm gonna tap back in with y'all.
Okay.
All right. Wealthy.
What's that? What is it?
That was my Shifter Brothers, y'all. Billionaire PA, Pop Darby, 19 keys, I'm talking about. But yeah, let's get back to the program. Excuse me for a moment. I was having my. So the reason why the stock market was doing what it was doing is because they had people tapping into the D-Wave computers. They're running a program. These are programs. They're running programs, and we know nothing of. They're not talking about this. They are staying mum. They are staying hush. If we wanted to learn how to get out of reparations, if we wanted to learn how to get our reparations, one of us can log into Leap 2 tonight and tap into this quote unquote hybrid solver service. Hybrid solver, how do you get rid of the op? Hybrid service, how do you solve poverty for third world nations? Hybrid solver surface, how do you free the homies? You can ask a lot of questions. So let's read about more things that are available from Leap 2. Y'all not gonna see me no more. I'm gonna pop up and do classes, but I promise you, social distancing is gonna turn me into a beast. I got my newborn. You know what I'm talking about? I just ordered some blanks. I got my machines working for me. You know, I'm on my Jack Ma shit. I'm about to just disappear. That's facts. I could hit a cabin now. I was just waiting for the young guard to come through the portal. I could go to my bunker now and just be on leap 2, cooking shit. The integrated developer environment. Matter of fact, this is homework. All of the students tonight, go and sign up. I told you where to go, right? Leap 2. D-Wave, nigga, not D-Wade. Don't go to sign up to D-Wade's machine. He might turn your ass into Zaza from Zion. Not D-Wade, my guy. D-Wave. Go and put it into Google. D-Wave. Right? D-Wave, like waves in your hair. And Leap 2. Oh, Zaya. I thought it was Zaza. All right. Shout out to Zaza Ali. Yeah, Zaya. The D-Wade machine, the Gabrielle Union, that's how she oiled up that machine. Yeah, they turning niggas into fairies. But the D-Wave machine is turning niggas to gods. How about that? Bobby Hemmett voice. Y'all all right? Yeah, it's turning niggas to gods. Which one do you want to sign up to? Show me better than you can tell me. Nigga, bring the receipts. I want y'all to come with some receipts to the next class. Let me see what you're working with. Because that's the homework for tonight. Go and sign up to the fucking D-Wave, nigga. And don't hit me with no, I don't want to hear no reparations talk. You know what I'm talking about? Don't hit me with the ADOS fucking pity party talk, nigga. Don't hit me with the, oh, they won't let me. Don't hit me. Don't sound like Cleophas in the fucking, in the Madam CJ. Don't hit me with some Madam CJ Walker talk. We don't do fear over here. You know? We don't do fear over here. We not chattel slaving this shit. We are, you know, we in control of our destiny. How about that? You know what I'm talking about? We are in control of our destiny. And like I said, if you have faith in the teachings, if you have faith in the master teachers, if you have faith in the quote unquote, the fact that the teachings is like babies, they take a while to birth. Like Ghostface said, it's like 9 months waiting for these babies. You know what I'm saying? That's what these ideas are like. It might take 9 years. It might take 90 years. But I'd be damned if Elijah said the fall of America, and if you go back into the book, you're not seeing the whole shit fall. I'd be damned if Dr. Francis Cress Welsing didn't say the Crest theory in ISIS papers, and this ain't what I'm seeing. I will be damned if Dr. Sabi didn't say that the herbs are the healing of the nation and mucus is the call of all sickness, and God damn it, that's what we're seeing right now. Because if you got the motherfucking Rona, then you're gonna know what that mucus do. You're gonna find out what Dr. Sabi was really all about. You know what I'm talking about? You're really gonna find out what he was about, because you're gonna find out what that mucus is about. And how that mucus could take your breath away, literally. Yeah, you know, pneumonia and all of that. So the teachers, priceless at the end of the day. And everything that I'm saying, I'm not giving this credit to Google. I'm saying that the shit works through Google. I'm saying that it's working through whatever these entities or companies, I don't know who they are. I just know that the goddamn vision is working through them. They're just the goddamn help. You know what I mean? They built the computer so we can use it. What are you talking about? They built it so we can use it. They just did that. They got the resources, so the ancestors got them building shit. But I bet you some niggas using that shit. You talking about? You think it's not, man? It's some Negroes getting their reparations right now using that D-Wave computer on motherfucking Vegas bets or something. JR just signed up. JR, you're a legend. I want the world to know. JR just signed up to the Leap 2. All right. And Calvin is in his bitch he's dropping gems about AI frameworks for coders, TensorFlow, PyTorch, MXNet, R, Weka. Look those up for programming. Look, I'm dead ass serious. If the little ones are out of school, keep them out of fucking school and start teaching them this goddamn coding and put their asses on this D-wave. We don't gotta worry about no fucking school or no goddamn proms. That shit is out the window. You'll be like one of them 8-year-olds graduating from MIT with your fucking with a double master's. Cause whatever homework is, you could take that shit to the hybrid solver surface. You could run your 4-year-old through Morehouse with this shit, bro. How about that? The integrated developer environment. The IDE is I'm ready to end this lecture and just go on this fucking website. I'm hyped right now. I don't even want to finish the lecture. I'm ready to tap in. Because I know what to do with this. God damn it. I know what to do with this. Y'all playing. I mean, I don't know. I didn't even know about this. Somebody playing. I'm not. I didn't even know about this. Where the fuck is our blurs at? Nobody told me nothing. At the rally, when we was crying and whatnot, nobody said, yo, we didn't get no good news when niggas was locked in the crib for the Rona. Idris, Sam, doing none of these niggas said nothing. None of you niggas on Instagram, you blur niggas ain't saying nothing. Y'all out here cosplaying a fucking Dragon Ball Z, right? You niggas is running around trying to be Japanese and shit on your fucking Meg Thee Stallion manga rant. What are you doing? You niggas is not talking to us about the D-Wave. You don't have no conversation. You being antisocial. You're hiding secrets, nigga. What you doing? Because this is a lick. Stevie Wonder could trip over this. This is a lick. This is a fucking lick. We could have wasted mad time. I would have rather wasted mad energy, resources. I would have lost weight, my nigga, not eating, fucking with this shit right here, than all of the shit, than watching the 800 hours of niggas on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Mentally masturbate each other. And fucking and gossip and be chatty patties talking about each other for a fucking YouTube check, a peanut check that is at that. These niggas is out here bobbing for peanuts and telling the same stories. There's no research. Yo, Tekashi 6ix9ine came home. They play 100 clips of Tekashi looping, him showing his smiling, him doing a dance. They just show niggas looping and then they talk over the videos and then they say some mundane shit that you can find on Google and then they out. All right, I'm out. And then when it comes to most of the conscious channels, they just repeating what the fuck is on the news. These niggas is like TMZ. You know what I'm talking about? These niggas is TMZ. So if I'm gonna waste my time with all of these niggas that's out here selling dreams and whatnot, then you don't need no more. Fuck that. I'm not funding none of you niggas' dreams. I'm going and spend my time and my resources on some practical shit that I can build right now. Right now. And I'm not being facetious. I'm dead ass. Look at this shit. You know what I'm saying? This is not speculation. This is not pseudo. You can't debate this, nigga. This is not up for debate. This is not let's wait for a verdict to see if they are guilty or not. This is not you not getting no justice, no peace, nigga, and you just left empty with a broken heart. and no fucking answers. No, this is not that. There's power in this. That other shit don't got no power. Henceforth, motherfuckers is locked in their crib right now, waiting for some motherfucking biological weapon to sneak through their windows and snuff them out. We've gotten to that point. Niggas don't know if it's their microwave chasing them down, doing them dirty. Niggas don't know if it's their new iPhone taking them out. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if I could trust my tablet. Nigga, I got the 11. The shit said 5G capable. You know what I'm talking about? I'm looking at that nigga like, yo, not only am I paying for you, but word in the streets, you trying to kill me. This shit is crazy. You can't even trust your Bluetooth. Okay. So the Leap IDE has the latest Ocean SDK set up and configured and includes the new D-Wave problem inspector and Python debugging tools. Seamless GitHub integration means that developers can easily access the latest examples and contribute to the Ocean tools from within the IDE. God damn. God damn. Man, this is crazy. Problem Inspector. The Problem Inspector allows more advanced quantum developers to visually see how their problems map onto the quantum processing unit, the QPU. By showing the logical and embedded structure of a problem, the inspector displays the solutions returned from the CPU and provides alerts that allows developers to improve their results. Flexible access. New to Leap 2 are hybrid offerings with price plans for all skill and investment levels, allowing access to even more flexible increments of computing time across quantum and classical systems. Users will continue to benefit from both paid and free real-time access to a D-Wave 2000Q quantum computer to submit and run applications. Leap 2 is the natural progression for D-Wave, building on the company's continuing work to drive practical, real-world quantum application development. D-Wave was the first company to sell commercial quantum computers, the first to give developers real-time access to live quantum processors, and the only provider with customers building applications at this scale and seeing early signs of business value as a result. In the year since launching Leap, the number of customer applications built using D-Wave systems has grown from 80 to more than 200 across a diverse application landscape, including protein folding, financial modeling, right? Protein folding, financial modeling, machine learning, material science, and logistics. Developers and enterprise leaders hold on. With Leap, we opened the door to real-time quantum access. With Leap 2, we're giving developers and business the key to business applications. By delivering a hybrid offering, we're removing the barriers related to complexity and problem size, says Alan Baratz, CEO of D-Wave. Look him up, do some research on him. You know what I mean? See where he comes from and who he is. Developers and enterprise leaders need the tools and support to turn their ideas and innovations into quantum applications that have a real impact on their business. You can't capture new revenue or solve the most difficult problems facing your industry if you don't have the ability to quickly ideate, build, and deploy quantum applications. Leap 2 bridges that gap for the first time. So I'm saying this right now publicly. going into the near future. For the KTL, please sign up to facts2020.org, facts2020.org. I need y'all to sign up to facts2020.org. In Facts 2020, in the Facts 2020 initiative, we have a branch of the Facts is an acronym: food, art, clothing, technology, and shelter, but it's also finances, arms, coding, transportation, and strategy. So the technological sector and the coding sector is the groups that we're going to be utilizing and tapping into this service right here. So we're going to start a group based off of tapping into this service right here. Maybe a Telegraph, maybe a WhatsApp, maybe even something in the clouds like a Monday.com, you know, but we're going to put some work in. This is exciting. I am extremely excited just to read this right now. It feels like this is a gift from the gods. And even when I put the lecture together, I really didn't get into this article like this to really see what was being said. You know, so diving into this, I'm like, okay, all right, let's be ahead of the curve. We all have problems. We have 99 problems as a people. And what this is saying is that you have the access to solve these problems. You can solve the problems of what's going on with the COVID-19, the fact that there's jobs being lost, 10 million jobless and whatnot. You could run these quote unquote applications to find real-time solutions and become a fucking legend. I mean, some of us get it right with our intuition and whatnot. But who wants to keep shooting from the hip? Who wants to keep rolling the dice? Who wants to keep playing games when you could really tap in to some quantum and deal with quantum applications? Because if you were out there, like I said, in the spirit realm, or you out there divining, then this concept is not foreign. You know what this is about. You know what this is about. What was Allen's last name? Which one? Allen who? Thank you. Somebody said they just took a leap and they signed up to Leap 2 and facts2020.org. I will put Facts 2020 website in the chat room. We have a lot of, now that we have time on my hands, now that the baby is here, now that people are home from work, working from home and stuff like that, I'm going to be having more interactions with the Facts community, right? There's thousands of us, and we're going to be doing more FaceTimes, and we're going to be doing more Zooms together, and we're going to get some things done. Because I got a whole bunch of people that have signed up to the Facts 2020 initiative, and we need to get busy because this is that time, right? Isn't food, arms, clothing, technology, or coding, food, arms, coding, technology, and shelter? Isn't, I mean, they say stay at home. No shelter, you can't stay at home, right? Technology, no technology, you're gonna stay at home and go crazy because you can't get on social media, TikTok, the internet. Clothing, nigga, you can't be in quarantine with no clothes. You can't fight corona with no clothes. You know what I'm saying? Coding, you know, you don't got a job, my nigga. No, you can't flip them burgers. You better know how to code. You can get money coding all day. Art. Now you already know what that is. Art runs the world. The arts and the sciences. The art runs the world. Oh, David Allen Bratt. Is that the dude from, no, Alan Baratz, my people. Alan Baratz. Baratz, like a rats, year of the rats. Like not Barat, Alan Baratz. Sounds like he's Israeli. That's an Israeli looking name, Baratz. So let's do the research on him. He sounds Israeli. Israeli, I mean. So, you know, this article got mad gems in it, and it's a regular article. When you come across regular news articles and the shit got mad, like it's not gonna give you, the game is to be sold. It's not gonna give you everything in the article. But goddamn it, you could look at it. You could look at this article and what it's saying that you have access to do, and you could be a man. Go smoke something. You want a smoke break or something? Go burn something, my niggas. Go take whatever you do. I don't encourage, everything. I'm a plant-based type of person. I don't do pharmacopoeia. I don't promote the pharmacopoeia. Nigga, whatever you do to get the gears in your, because there's people out here with some elusive, like I said, niggas got big imaginations in the conscious community. Man, they could come up with some shit. You hear their lectures, you hear that my haters personally, they got great imaginations. What they could be doing though, is they could be putting their imaginations to use. All of these clowns in the conscious community, all of these fake characters, they not getting no money for being characters. These niggas could have their own cartoon. They could have their own fucking mobile app. Like there's some characters out there. There's some characters out there. We could take over the toy market. There's some characters. They need to be at Comic-Con behind the booth, my nigga. These niggas are real characters. Women and men. This shit is like, these niggas is like LOL dolls in this bitch. So with all of that misuse of talent, you could be putting it to use and doing something. So yeah, the D wave, my niggas, not the D Wade. We wasted time with D Wade. You see how they do it, but you see how they take us with the distraction. You see where the remix is at. That's why them white boys are laughing at our people, because they throwing D Wade in front of us. But at the end of the day, if you misspelled that shit on a Google search, trying to go see what Zaza is wearing today, or whatever the fuck that nigga's name is, you know what I'm saying? And you misspell D Wade and then you just put D Wave, and you come to something that you could really help yourself. Instead of that nigga can't help us. I don't want to talk about him no more. Shit, he don't even play basketball no more. He's not really of use. No disrespect. Why are we still talking about D Wade and not D Wave? I want to get on D Wave with tattooing them niggas. I want to get on Fantasy Island, and the best way to get on Fantasy Island is with the quantum computers, niggas. And if niggas is not on quantum, they out here like victims. They just gonna be talking about what niggas who got access to quantum computers are doing to them. Because you don't think that you getting crushed by these quantum computers? You don't think so? I think so. I think they're crushing niggas with these computers. Because if I had access to them, I'll crush you niggas too. Let me just show you what D-Wave works for, because I'm not making it up. Let me show you who's crushing you. Our mission, look, this is what they know and you don't. And this is about knowledge is power. And if somebody is using a motherfucking super advanced tool to progress themselves amongst the people who they're projecting will be worth nothing in 30 years and be at the bottom of the pits, is because they're able to run projections on how to put you in the bottom of the pits. And then when you run the projection, and then when they run the projection and they see that this projection will put Black people at zero income, then they start living out the projection. Then they start holding all of these G20 summits and all of that. And then they bring their research. Everybody gets on board. And now you see the whole world on lockdown by COVID-19, which is a fucking sham. It's a program, like Jade Helm. Jade Helm is a program. Remember Jade Helm? Dick Gregory voice. Do you remember Jade Helm? Well, that was an artificial intelligence program, my nigga. It was a computer program that did the whole thing. So Event 21 and all of that's quantum. Don't think Bill Gates is not cooking niggas on a quantum realm. Please. Don't think that. Don't think he's not cooking. Don't think that even Donald Trump know about the quantum. Come on. Look, let me just show you. So it's not, you know, you don't think that I'm speculating. This is what the D-Wave systems is about. This is what they have access to. D-Wave is the leader in the development and delivery of quantum computer systems, software, and services, and is the world's first commercial supplier of quantum computers. Our mission is to unlock the power of quantum computing for the world. We do this by delivering customer value with practical quantum applications for problems as diverse as logistics, artificial intelligence, material sciences, drug discovery, cybersecurity, fault detection, and financial modeling. D-Wave systems are being used by some of the world's most advanced organizations, including NEC, Volkswagen, Denso, Lockheed Martin, USRA, USC, Los Alamos National Laboratory, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, headquarters near Vancouver, Canada. D-Wave's US operations are based in Palo Alto, CA, California, and Bellevue, Washington. That's where the corona broke out. Washington, and in California, that's where the corona broke out. In Canada, Vancouver, that's where the corona broke out. D-Wave has a blue chip investor base, including PSP Investments, Goldman Sachs, BDC Capital, DFG, NQTEL, Pender Fund Capital, 180 Degree Capital Corp, and Kensington Capital Partners Limited. If you niggas ever wanted to know about if Destro and Cobra Commander, Dr. Evil, and all of these evil geniuses are behind the machines, I just gave you the quote unquote cheat code, because this is how you find out. This is when you go beyond speculation. You just do a regular search. You find out who the blue chip investors are, because that's where wherever the agenda is attached to is behind the investors. So go and do the Google research. Go and do the pet detective work. Do this shit like y'all do all of that other internet detective work. Go and find out PSP Investments. We already know who the fuck Goldman Sachs is. So if Goldman Sachs is in the deal, you already know what this is. But go and do BDC Capital, DFG, NQTEL, Pender Fund. They look like Pender Fund. I don't even trust that name. 180 Degree Capital. So you get the point. Physicists publish instructions for a do-it-yourself wormhole. Here's a simple how-to to construct a transversable cosmic wormhole that could send your spaceship to the furthest reaches of space. Take two charged black holes, place them back to back, and thread two cosmic strings through both. Stretch both strings to infinity, and presto, you got yourself a traversable wormhole. Confused yet? A team of astrophysicists dreamed up the solution, which could technically send travelers to a distant corner of the universe. In a preprint paper on RVIZ earlier this month in Ohio State University, astrophysicist Paul Sutter published a terrific breakdown of the concept in Live Science. Right? Go and look up Paul Sutter in Live Science if you want to read the paper. Scientists are building a quantum teleporter based on black holes. NASA finds supermassive black holes birthing stars at a furious rate. It's surrounded by trillions of suns worth of hot gas and turning out stars 500 times faster than the Milky Way. Oh, they out there cooking, my niggas. Okay? So they're dealing with black hole technology right now. All right? They're tapping into the black hole technology, quantum tech. All of this shit is going bonkers. Rather than store information, so these are how the D-Wave systems work. D-Wave systems use a process called quantum annealing to search for solutions to a problem. In nature, physical systems tend to evolve towards their lowest energy state. Objects slide down hills, hot things cool down, and so on. This behavior also applies to quantum systems. To imagine this, think of a traveler looking for the best solution by finding the lowest valley in the energy landscape that represents the problem. Classical algorithms seek the lowest valley by placing the traveler at some point in the landscape and allowing that traveler to move based on local variations, right? While it is generally most efficient to move downhill and avoid climbing hills that are too high, such classical algorithms are prone to leading the traveler into nearby valleys that may not be the global minimum. Numerous trials are typically required, with many travelers beginning their journeys from different points. In contrast, quantum annealing brings with the traveler simultaneously occupying many coordinates thanks to the quantum phenomenon of superposition. Take down that word, superposition. Go and do superposition research. That is a powerful, you'll find the power in what superpositioning is. The probability of being at any given coordinate smoothly evolves as annealing progresses. The probability of being at any given coordinate smoothly evolves as annealing progresses, with the probability increasing around the coordinates of deep valleys. Quantum tunneling allows the traveler to pass through hills rather than to be forced to climb them, reducing the chance of becoming trapped in valleys that are not the global minimum. Quantum entanglement further improves the outcome by allowing the traveler to discover correlations between the coordinates that lead to deep valleys. Programming a D-wave system. To program a system, a user maps a problem into the search for the lowest point in a vast landscape corresponding to the best possible outcome. The quantum processing unit considers all of the possibilities simultaneously to determine the lowest energy required to form those relationships. The solutions are values that correspond to the optimal configurations of qubits found, or the lowest points in the energy landscape. These values are returned to the user program over the network. Because a quantum computer is probabilistic rather than deterministic, the computer returns many very good answers in a short amount of time, thousands of samples in 1 second. This provides not only the best solutions found, but also other very good alternatives from which to choose. Application development is facilitated by D-Wave's open source Ocean Software Development Kit, SDK. Go and look that up. D-Wave's open source. Do you know what open source means? Open source means that you niggas can't complain. Open source means that we just took away the pity card. Open source means that all is all democratized, meaning that we could all tap in, meaning that we all have opportunity in front of us, because the software development kit, the SDK, if you were to master the SDK kit, if it's about the money, you know what I mean? If it's about the bread, because we got mouths to feed and we got villages and nations to build. So you got to get that bread. So if we raise the babies to be Ocean Software Development Kit developers, oh man, you're looking at a prosperous career. Okay. Available on GitHub and in Leap, which has built-in templates for algorithms, as well as the ability to develop new code with the familiar programming language Python. Come on, where are my blurs at? I know y'all with me tonight. Is this lit or not? Is this lit or not? And it's getting late, right? We got a lot more to go. And it's getting late. But I have to take advantage. Look, I gotta take advantage of what has this opened a portal on this alignment, because damn it, damn it, man. This is what we asked for. So I'm here to deliver, you know. I'll sleep during, you know, if you can't hang tonight, like I said, I got you. I got you. I'll send you the copy. You know? Ghost DNA in West Africans complicates the stories of humans. So that's our first equation for the students out there who signed up, right? For the students who signed up, for the progressive students, for my honor students, because, yeah, you think about it. You niggas are gonna wear the red tassel, right? For my honor students, well, this is the first equation that we're gonna run. Feed this through the D wave, the ghost DNA of the West African. Because we want to talk about the ghost in the machine. We want to talk about the matrix. We want to talk matrix talk. We want to talk about the fact that we are the glitch in the matrix, that we are the neo in the matrix. We want to talk about the impact that we have in the computing world because of the fact that we are West Africans and some of our DNA, and the fact that we're West Africans who were imported into the Americas, some of us are West Africans who came into the Americas, some of us are Moors who were West Africans in the Iberian Peninsula, and we were persecuted. Some of us have never been persecuted, and we just who we are, right? But regardless of the fact, there's a lot of West African ancestry amongst us. So let me read this. About 50,000 years ago, ancient humans in what is now West Africa apparently procreated with another group of ancient humans that scientists didn't know existed. There aren't any bones or ancient DNA to prove it, but researchers say the evidence is in the genes of, what did they say? Modern West Africans. They analyzed genetic material from hundreds of people from Nigeria and Sierra Leone and found signals of what they call ghost DNA from an unknown ancestor. Our own species, Homo sapiens, lived alongside other groups that split off from the same genetic family tree at different times. And there's plenty of evidence from other parts of the world that early humans had sex with other hominins like Neanderthals, nigga, and that's not that. That's not what they're talking about. That's, you see how that paragraph that I just read, they slit that in? Nigga, they could have went after, instead of putting that paragraph in, after they said that look, and peep the language. This is how they work, because I just had a baby. My son just came through the guard, right? Young guard. I might name him Omari. We're working with Omari. You know what I mean? With a O. Shout out to Omarion, but we're not trying to do that right now. You know, shout out to the guard though. Omari, like Omari Chadwick, right? I like Omari, you know. And the young guard got the round face. So I like Omar. But they took a little, you know, they took the little blood from his foot and whatnot. You know, they got to take their little sample, right? So when they say that researchers found it in the genes of modern West Africans, and it's from hundreds of people from Nigeria and Sierra Leone, you might think that they got it from people in Nigeria and Sierra Leone. No, look how the article is, look how that census is structured. The genes of modern West Africans. There's modern West Africans could apply to a nigga in Brooklyn right now who has the DNA from West Africa. And when he goes to ancestry.com and said, nigga, you from Nigeria? 3%, 30%, 40%, 70%. That's how that's structured. It did not say that they got it from them there. Because if they did get it from them there, and they were referring to that, they would have said that. No, they're saying that you fucking ADOS out there. When they take your DNA, when you niggas is sending shit to Ancestry.com and all of these other places, they're seeing what Credo Mutuar was telling David Icke in the 90s, that West Africans have the motherfucking blood and the DNA strain of the Dogon. The West African is mixed with the motherfucking Dogon from Sirius. That the West Africans and the quote unquote Dogon tribe that are here are mixed in with the Sirius star system. What are you talking about? With the Anunnaki. That's what they're talking about. They're saying that the ghost DNA is Anunnaki. It ain't no goddamn Neanderthal. That's why Neanderthal genes are present in humans today and people of European and Asian descent. Homo sapiens also mated with another group, the Denisovians, and these genes are found in people from Oceania. The findings on ghost DNA, published in the journal Science Advances, further complicate the picture of how Homo sapiens, or modern humans, evolved away from other human relatives. It's almost certainly the case that the stories is incredibly complex and complicated, and we have kind of these initial hints about the complexities. The scientists analyze the genomes, right? So they're doing genomes right now, the genome project. So the scientists, they did the who are you skipping? Where are you going? The scientists, right? They say that the scientists analyzed the genome of 405 West Africans. So going back to what I was saying, that when you go to ancestry.com or any of these DNA testing sites, I fell for the okie doke. I already admitted to it. My father put me up to it. You know, not to put my dad under the bus or nothing, but my dad, you know, he went ahead and he did the ancestry.com, and then he showed me the website. The ancestry.com website is ill. They tell every black person that they was a slave. They don't care who you are. They even have recreations of your ancestors in slavery on ancestry.com. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I'm sure there's somebody in the class that could co-sign that. They spend a lot of money on ancestry.com to convince niggas that they are slaves. That's a fact. So with ancestry.com and all of them, they're not studying your DNA, they're studying your genome. They're taking the DNA test and they're gonna send you back some corny shit, and they take your DNA and they're getting into your genome sequences. Because if you are somebody that is quote unquote of a person of interest, or if you're one of these people who they identify through their AI, artificial intelligence robots that scour the internet, social media, and other places, and they know who's who. You know, they know who you are. They could tell from your algorithms. They could tell from your activity on social media. Yeah, going back to the DNA thing, I spit in the tube because he was like, I need, you know, he wanted my son to do it. He wanted my son to do it. But I was like, nah. My son was like, nah, I ain't doing it. And then just to make my father, you know, we doing our little, you ain't want to do the family tree. I spit in the tube. I sent out that shit and it never sent nothing back. They didn't give me an email. They just took my DNA. So, and I don't want to hear nobody saying, "Oh, Red, you're crazy." Nigga, I went through the system. They took my fucking DNA when I was a teenager a few times. When you go to Rikers Island, they take your DNA. They took my DNA when I went up north. They didn't have my DNA. And they took my blood. When you know, this shit right here is some spit. So if they could build another red pill off of my spit, well, goddamn it, good luck. But they're studying genome. Look what it says. It says that the scientists, yeah, clones. You know that movie Us from Jordan Peele? You know this clone, Gemini. What is that, Gemini Man? You know they out here cloning the minds. You know that's real. The scientists analyzed the genomes of 405 West Africans. They say that they use a statistical model to flag parts of the DNA. The technique goes along the person's genome and pulls out chunks of DNA which we think are likely to have come from a population that is not modern human. Yeah, the biotest places are definitely clone centers. That's a Snapple fact. You already know that. You know they out there cloning Tyrones and all of that. You know what I'm talking about? But at the moment, it is not possible to know what, if any, role these genetic materials have for modern humans who carry them. So there's West Africans walking around with alien DNA in them. Henceforth, why they're so quick to start depopulating niggas. There's West Africans in America walking around with X-Men DNA inside of them. They're just waiting to get online. So is there a corona? What if there's corona mass ejections from the sun? What if there's some kind of cosmic alignment? What if there's a cosmic conjunction that starts turning people's DNA on because people have DNA that's not online, but it's not a human population that they've ever identified. So that means that there's DNA potential that's in this dormant waiting inside of people's cells that is to be time released. It's not online because we're not on time. But don't take my word for it. Like I said, let's take this equation to the D-wave machine. So like, yeah, like they said, they're gene splicing, CRISPR, exactly. They're taking out they're taking people's DNA, right? So now everybody's gonna get a shot because of the pandemic, because of the corona. They're gonna do forced mass ejections, meaning that they want everybody's blood. They want everybody's DNA. They want everybody's fucking genome, right? That's the flip side to that. When they taking everybody's, when they quarantine and they start taking everybody's tests and whatnot, and they taking people's blood, now they're gonna take chunks, like they said, they're gonna run that shit, and they're taking chunks of alien DNA. What are they taking the chunks of the DNA and doing? They could take those alien DNA and clone that alien DNA. They're putting that alien DNA in other people. They're putting that alien DNA in their children. They're taking that alien DNA and they're building out clones like they build out that movie with Will Smith. Because like they said, and they're using that for vaccines and all of that. They might take the alien DNA and create a coronavirus strain with it. Okay? Yeah, that's why they're testing a corona vaccine in Africa, and the soccer players blew it up. That the French was out there scheming and talking, they was talking, they couldn't hold their water. You know how in the movie, before they kill a nigga, that the bad guy always want to talk about the plan? Why don't you just kill him and then talk about it? Anyway. He says it's likely evidence of other ghost populations and modern humans in other parts of the world. I think as we get the genome sequences from different parts of the world at different points in time, there is always the possibility that we might discover them as yet unidentified ghost populations. God damn. So they're saying that you are the ghost in the machine. Okay, this is not everybody. Let's not get all excited and, oh, they talking about me. No, my nigga, they're not talking about you. They're not talking about you. Stop it. You know they talking about somebody else. You know what I'm saying? We just watching though. It can't be about all of us. But They talking about some of us, somebody. You know what I'm talking about? They talking about some of us, somebody. And it's crazy. Within Africa, we don't know how many archaic groups might have been involved, and the study doesn't tell us that. It tells us that there was integration, but it could have been from more than one archaic population in theory. Compared with the Neanderthals, where there is an abundant DNA fossil evidence, physical samples are much harder to come by in Africa. Browning says the climate on the continent has made it challenging. The conditions have to be right for the fossils to not totally disintegrate in order to recover DNA, Browning says. Bones have been found in Africa from archaic populations, but no DNA has been recovered. Still, she adds, the technology is continuing to improve and people are still out there looking for more fossils. So what happened to this mysterious group of ancient humans? Scientists aren't totally sure. They might have died off, or they might eventually have been completely subsumed into modern humans. Why don't you just say that you don't know what the fuck happened? Like, they always gotta act like they know. You don't know. Just say you don't know. You know, because that's them not knowing. The conditions. Oh. At the moment, it is not possible. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking, I don't want to be consumed by what I'm looking for. What time did the email say that this lecture was until? I just want to know. So I have my timing on point. You know what I mean? What time did this say? Because it's going to cut off at that time, you know. So I want to know in the email for this lecture, did it have a time attached? Somebody said they don't remember seeing that. Okay. All right. So when we talk about the power of the mind or the power of the collective mind, right? And what the quote unquote pain of what we see going on as Black people in our communities, not just this coronavirus thing and all of the crazy shit that's going on, and even all of the legends that we're losing as a result of it. Do you notice that we're losing jazz musicians and R&B, Bill Withers, Rising Power? You know, we're losing a lot of people. We lost to Marcellus the other day. There are some legends dying. So pain changes people. And I think even some of these elders might be dying from elder shit, you know, just old age. But if you die right now, it's corona. If you're not getting shot or ran over, it's corona. You know, that's how they're gonna write it down because it's a bag attached to corona. So all of the hospitals are saying, nigga, that's corona. The cancer patients are corona now. You know, things like that are happening. I'm gonna show you an article. All right, acute anxiety, panic, anxiety episode, depression, resentment, anger, fear, anxiety, self-worth dissipating, shame, guilt, confusion, trying to remember. Can I trust my memory? Pain, emotional, spiritual, and physical pain. Activating events, any events that causes distress. Now, this step pyramid that I was just reading through, you know, it's affecting a lot of our people, yo. Viral death, when Black death goes viral, it can trigger PTSD like trauma, right? People having panic attacks, people having heart attacks, people passing out, people getting stressed out, people doing all kind of stuff. You know, energy flows where attention goes. Energy flows where attention goes. Energy flows wherever attention goes. Energy flows wherever attention goes. Everyone says it. Egregor, the power group think. An egregor of a community, an egregor of a company, an egregor of a social group. Case in point, an egregor of a company, that's called corporate culture. If anybody ever walked into corporate America, you know that corporate America is run under what is known as corporate culture. And any different corporate entity that you walk into, there's a different egregor that's hovering and controlling and manipulating that company. I don't give a fuck if you're in Goldman Sachs Fifth Ave and you go to Goldman Sachs Seventh Ave, they're different egregores in those companies. Egregor of a social group. An egregor of a social group, case in point, would be Facebook groups. You know what I mean? They got the Joe Tiger, the Joe Exotic Facebook group, the Joe Exotic fan club Facebook group, all right? Or the Carol Baskin Facebook group. You know what I'm talking about? And those groups have an egregor. Those groups have the energy of Joe Exotic hovering over them. That group is going to carry out certain things Joe Exotic-ish. If it's the Joe Exotic, you know, they got the R. Kelly, We Love R. Kelly super fan group. Well, in the super fan R. Kelly group, somebody's getting peed on. How about that? You know what I'm talking about? Because R. Kelly's egregor is attached to that group, and that group think is being influenced by the perversion and whatever the creative geniuses of R. Kelly may be, but it's tapping into the light and the fucking dark of R. Kelly, right? Egregor of a community. Oh, that's easy. Crazy ass conscious community. You know what I'm talking about? Look at what the fuck is going on in that community. The egregor of a community, the LBGT community. You can understand that there's a egregor hovering over that. There's a thought form. There's there's a entity. There's an entity. There's a quantum mind. There's a quantum mind. There's a collective consciousness that is controlling that community. There is a collective consciousness. There is a quantum mind that is controlling that company, aka entity. That's why they call it an entity. Okay? That's why they call it an entity. Here's a definition for the egregor. It is an occult concept representing a thought form or collective group mind, an autonomous psychic entity made up of and influencing the thoughts of a group of people. Group thing. You niggas running around, oh, I listen to Meg Thee Stallion. It's a hot girl summer. Well, you are now part of an egregor. She's calling her, what is her, Tina White? Whatever her aliases is, whatever that alias is, you are part of that thought form. You've attached it, you a hot girl, what are you, a Barbie? What is that, Barty? Or whatever, that's an egregor. Barbies with Nicki Minaj, those are egregor. That's an egregor. That's an egregor. Roman Polanski and whatever the hell they was over there doing. Yeah, my niggas. The real meaning of egregor. The word egregor derives from the Greek word egregory, meaning watchers, which also transliterates as Gregory. And who are really the watchers? Egregor, yeah, I just read that. By the time Hitler came to power, these are World War II examples of the egregor. By the time Hitler came to power, the groundwork for the egregor or the Nazi by the time Hitler came to power, the groundwork for the egregor of the Nazi Party was in place. Hitler added the missing ingredient: emotion, strong emotion, passion. Guido List, an author originally of Viennese birth, had created a fantasy, as Goodrick Clark calls it. This fantasy drew on myths, legends, and theosophy to build a background, a believable myth for Hitler's movement. Germany in the 1880s was in some ways like America, a conglomeration of nationalities. All of these different peoples insisted on maintaining their own national identity. Liszt wanted to create a purely German identity. He began openly prosecuting Jews as morally inferior, different from the Germans. He took from Helena Blavatsky's the idea of the fifth subrace, of the fifth root race, the Aryans, but Hitler dubbed the Aryans as the master race. Liszt also took from Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism and corrupted it to suit the needs of this mythology. And he borrowed the god, Wotan, the tectonic god of war. A god is an egregor in itself, so adding it to the mix brought disruption and violence to the new mythology. It is interesting to note that some researchers believe Hitler took his mustache and characteristic lock of hair on the forehead from pictures that he has seen of Wotan. For a detailed account of Liszt's fantasy and how it came to affect the National Socialist Party, see Nicholas Goodrick Clark's The Occult Roots of Nazism. So another definition of the egregor: when a group of people pray and meditate collectively towards an objective, an egregor of protection and blessings is sent forth as a circle of light that shields and safeguards the purpose of the prayers. Yeah, shit is deep. The Watchers are cosmic beings who possess the innate ability to achieve virtually any effect desired, including augmenting personal attributes, time and space manipulation, molecular manipulation, energy projection, and a range of mental powers. They also have access to highly advanced technology. Shout out to the Watchers. Like I said, with these portals open up, that's who's watching. Chaos magic. Chaos magic, also spelled chaos magic, is a contemporary magical practice. It was initially developed in England in the 1970s, drawing heavily from the philosophy of artist and occultist Austin Osman Spare, sometimes referred to as success magic or results-based magic. Chaos magic claims to emphasize the attainment of specific results over the symbolic, ritualistic, theological, or otherwise ornamental aspects of other occult traditions. Chaos magic has been described as the union of traditional occult techniques and applied postmodernism, particularly a postmodernist skepticism concerning the existence of knowability of objective truth. Chaos magicians subsequently treat belief as a tool, often creating their own idiosyncratic magical systems and frequently borrowing from other magical traditions, religious movements, popular culture, and various strands of philosophy. Early leading figures include Peter J. Carroll and Ray Sherman. All right. You know that symbol right there? I use that on my own. Matter of fact, on black. Where is that? I'm wearing it right now, but I don't got the symbol. And if you take away the cross, remove the cross, remove the lines that look like a cross. And when you remove the cross, you'll see the off-white symbol. Okay, the off-white symbol is right there. All right. But I made mine on black. You got Virgil Abloh off-white. So I put the chaos symbol and I said on black, nigga, because we are chaos magic. What are you talking about? We are chaos magic. Shit. What are you saying? We are the great unknown. We're dark matter. We read this article so you can understand why the emphasis was put on to show nonstop loops of Black Death. That's quantum. Nonstop Black Death, Black brutality, Black all of that. You don't see too much of that, but because they already did the goddamn, they can't overdo it. They gave us a clip. They gave us like 5 and 6 years of it. And now we're going through all of these invisible enemies and other things, right? Auto-suggestion. The hypnotic or subconscious adoption of an idea that one has originated oneself, i.e., through repetition of verbal statements to oneself in order to change behavior. I am great. I am great. I am God. I am God. I am God. I'm the man. I'm the man. I am him. I am him. I am wisdom. I am love. I am knowledge. I am power. You know, you gotta gas yourself up if need be. Who else gonna do it? You know what I'm talking about? You might not have the bay. You might not be on a vacation. You know what I'm talking about? You might gotta gas yourself up. You might not even have to run on gas, nigga. You might be a Tesla. You know what I'm saying? But you might have to do it to yourself. Cause they on only they you know, they spending their time on OnlyFans eating, my nigga. They out there eating. So you might have to gas yourself up. So auto suggestion. But let's read about predictive programming. Predictive programming, preparing the audience for significant events and disasters. The reasoning behind predictive programming may not even be practical. Some have suggested that, like a stereotypical villain revealing his master plan to the protagonist, the social engineers feel obliged to disclose their intentions to the population before they act. Many have speculated on the potential reasons for this, but I won't delve into that here. Consider what could be achieved if the fiction you create becomes a precursor to fact. Since your brand of fiction can manipulate a population's perception of what is likely to happen, you have essentially gained control of their imagination. When control of the imagination has been achieved, you can set the boundaries of what is possible and when, thus allowing you to map out the fate of an entire people. Here's an experiment to try for yourself. Envision society 200 years from now. Envision it any way you want and make it as fantastic as possible. Go on, be inventive. Okay, let's see. Does your idea of the future include space travel, aliens, artificial intelligence, robots, cyborgs, hover cars, self-tying laces? Only when you start to ponder this for yourself do you realize that your imagination has been severely limited by the science fiction that you've been exposed to, right? So preparing the audience for significant events and disasters. These are examples how predictive programming might work. In a 1998 blockbuster, The Siege, New York was attacked by terrorists and subsequently locked into a state of martial law. Could this have prepared viewers for the World Trade Center attacks and the controversial legislation that followed, such as the Patriot Act, the President's Surveillance Program, and the creation of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security? Okay, so these movies come out, right? And then boom, they give us characters. Because I'd be damned if that's not her. You know what I'm talking about? And she serves the same purpose. This is a bedwench just trying to put mad niggas in ovens, right? She'll be, if there's a purge, she's knocking on you niggas' doors. She's running with the pack. There they go right there. That's the purge. That's a clip from the purge. And there goes Candace Owens, who came out. When she came out, you know, her name was Red Pill Black. She was out there, another one. Where's DJ Khaled when you need him, nigga? Another one. Riding the wave. I got so many fucking fans out here. You know what I'm talking about? Riding the wave. You know, predictive programming. So movies like The Purge, right? Movies like American History X, right? And all of these other movies that I don't even know the name of. God damn it, all of these slasher films, Saw 1, Saw 2, Saw 3, The Ring, all of these things. Look at what they've created. Look at what they've created, right? Look at these sick bastards. This is predictive programming, okay? The alt-right has killed and injured at least 100 people. Nigga, they gave them the impetus to do it in their movies, okay? Now we find ourselves in the zombie apocalypse, right? Just like they were showing you in The Fear of the Walking Dead, which was one of the top rated shows. Now we got the White Walkers. We got viruses running out here, killing people like the White Walkers, running through people. The winter is here. The dead are coming. You know, that's how the virus is moving. The coronavirus is moving through New York like White Walkers. Okay, Grand Theft Auto sells a record 5 billion in 3 days, sets new record. Grand Theft Auto has made more money than any entertainment title ever, not this year, ever. Grand Theft Auto 5 has made more money than any entertainment title ever. They talking about movies, music, and all of that, nigga. Okay, and we know what Fortnite do. So these video games are easily predictive programming. They're preparing people, they numb them. They're getting our youth ready to participate in modern day warfare through the way of fighting each other all around the world. Global warfare, global people talking about, oh, the New World Order. Look, the New World Order is in the video games. Okay? They're gonna fight wars like this in the future where you're gonna be in a virtual with your helmet on, but you might think that you're in Call of Duty. That's why they look so lifelike. Call of Duty Black Ops, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. They got little 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 5-year-olds, bodying shit. I'm talking about they're proficient killers. So they're gonna grow them up and they're going to be either commandeering cyborgs, they're gonna be flying land drones, air drones, predator drones, killer drones, or they're gonna be in exoskeletons, bodying shit. So we have this comic book, classic Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man. He's fighting a supervillain called Corona, right? He's in New York fighting a supervillain called Corona, okay? And then we have a 100-year marker to show every 100 years there's a pandemic, whether planned or natural. Every 100 years there seems to be a large pandemic. 1720 plague, 1820 cholera outbreak, 1920 Spanish flu. The pandemics mentioned above seem to follow the same patterns as today's viral pandemic in China, right? So people were dropping dead in the streets. This is the plague of Marcellus, okay? The great plague of Marcellus. In 1720, there was the last pandemic of large-scale bubonic plague. Records show that the bacterium killed around 100,000 people in Marcellus. It is estimated that the bacterium was spread by flies infected with the bacterium, right? The year 1820, the first recordings of the cholera pandemic occurred in 1820, which took place in Asia, in the countries of Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines. In the year 1820, there are registered over 100,000 deaths in Asia caused by this bacterium. The pandemic is supposed to have started from people who drank water from lakes contaminated with the bacterium. Year 1920. The Spanish flu took place 100 years ago. At that time, people were dealing with the H1N1 flu virus that had suffered a genetic mutation, making it much more dangerous than a normal virus. This virus infected 500 million people and nearly killed over 100 million people worldwide. This pandemic was the deadliest in recorded history. So 100 years ago, the deadliest pandemic ever was the Spanish flu. It seems today that history repeats itself every 100 years. Is just this a coincidence? Nowadays, China is facing a pandemic of large proportions. 5 cities in China with a population of 1 million inhabitants are quarantined, completely isolated from the rest of the world. So at MIT, they're posting free plans online for emergency ventilators that can be built for $100. Somebody get this article to Trump. Somebody get this article to Pence. Somebody get this article to Dr. Fauci or whoever these people are that they fucking rolling out on CNN. These fucking quacks like Dr. Drew. He's a super quack. He was trying to downplay the whole coronavirus. Now he online apologizing. Dr. Oz and all of these dumb Dr. Phil. Like they don't even they won't use their Twitter to repeat none of this shit. They won't tell nobody about life-saving devices that you could build for $100. Where my blurs at? This is some blurred work. The World Health Organization launches blockchain platform to fight COVID-19. So the WHO, the world thing, but Iran is their answer to the coronavirus. Cut the internet. So we're seeing the coronavirus as the impetus for global military control. They're beginning to take over in ways that has never been seen before. Israel is now tracking coronavirus patients using their smartphones. Surveillance company says it's deploying coronavirus detecting cameras in the US. This company right here, Athena Security, previously sold a system that it claims can detect weapons in video feeds. Now it says it's applying a similar approach to spotting fevers. So they're going to have surveillance cameras in America that are going to spot your fever. Okay? They're going to spot your fevers. All right? So not just in Iran, not just in Turkey, not just in these other places in Israel, no, not just in China. No, it's coming to America. It's here, right? An Austin, Texas-based technology company is launching artificially intelligent thermal cameras that it claims will be able to detect fevers in people and in turn send an alert that they may be carrying the coronavirus. Athena Security is pitching the product to be used in grocery stores, hospitals, and voting locations. It claims to be deploying the product at several customer locations over the coming weeks, including government agencies, airports, and large Fortune 500 companies. So boom. So there it goes. If you want to go into a government building, if you want to go back to work, if you want to get on an airplane, and if you want to work for any of the Fortune 500 companies, nigga, you gotta have the vaccination, and they'll have a camera that can spot that. Along with, nigga, you can be sick. They'll have a camera to spot that. They have a fever detection COVID-19 screening system is now a part of our platform, along with our gun detection system, which connects directly to your current security system to deliver fast, accurate threat detection. Athena previously sold software that it claims can detect guns and knives in video feeds and then sends alerts to an app or security system. We take the temperature of the eyes because that's the closest point to the core of the person's body temperature. Since higher temperature is one of the first systems, these cameras can be life-saving, warning the person that they can have the virus and encouraging that person to take serious steps to self-quarantine, the representative added in the email. Although many voters today are bound to get it, steps in the coming weeks could prevent them from spreading the bug to loved ones and strangers alike. Iran launched an app that claimed it diagnosed coronavirus. Instead, it collected location data on millions of people. They can actually track you. If you move your device from location A to location B, they can see that in real time. The app is called AC-19, and it claims to be able to detect whether or not people are infected, says the Corona antivirus program is designed by the Ministry of Health to detect the likelihood of people having coronavirus. Once downloaded the app, they're asking users to verify their phone number, even though the government has access to all phone numbers via its control of the country's cell tower providers. Then users are prompted to give the app permission to send precise location data to the government servers. Jared Kushner. Kushner's firm built the coronavirus website, The Trump Promise. Kushner, his brother, is a part of something called Oscar Health. Oscar Health, he was also, Jared Kushner was also Oscar Health, owner and whatnot. Okay. On March 13th, Donald Trump promised America they would soon be able to access a new website that would ask them about their symptoms and direct them to nearby coronavirus testing sites. He said Google was helping. That wasn't true. In the following days, Oscar Health, a health insurance company closely connected to Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, developed a government website with the features the president had described. A team of Oscar engineers, project managers, and executives spent about 5 days building a standalone website at the government's request. Boom. So Jared Kushner has his hands in the company, and he's leading the race on COVID-19. He's also on Netflix as one of the biggest slumlords in New York City. He's a fucking slumlord. When I saw that, I saw a segment on him and his family, the Kushners. Crazy. Scientists propose tattoos to solve vaccination issues. So everybody likes to get tattoos, no problem. That's what the scientists at MIT said. And like I said on previous shows, MIT would be basically Castle Grayskull, or MIT would be the Cobra Commander headquarters, because that's where they at with the bullshit. That the scientists at MIT are Bill Gates sponsored. These are theoretic physicists. These are the enemies of the people. These are the silent weapons, the quiet war types. That's who we're dealing with. They're the ones that build the silent weapons. According to Wikipedia, the widespread use of vaccinations have greatly reduced the incidence of many diseases in numerous geographic regions, a fact that most people already know. But tracking who's received vaccinations and which ones remain a daunting task for medical professionals, especially when it comes to keeping tabs on children. Now, a group of MIT researchers funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation says that invisible tattoos may be the best way to deal with this tracking issues, although there are some ethical concerns with the proposed solutions. In a paper recently published in the journal Science Translational Medicine, the group of researchers says that it is exploring a novel approach for maintaining accurate vaccination records by testing the implementation on near-infrared quantum dots, or NIRQDs, into pig-skin, rat skin, cadaver flesh, and synthetic human skin. NIRQDs are water-soluble, biocompatible, fluorescent nanocrystals with diameters ranging from 2 to 10 nanometers that emit near-infrared light and are safe for deep tissue insertion. As of right now, researchers are exploring NIRQDs for numerous medical uses, including most notably in vivo tumor imaging. Damn. So these are the tattoos that are in the future that's going to have 5G running off your body, right? Shout out to AA Rashid. He put a post up today that was speaking about that. But yeah, that's the tattoo right there. As you can see, these invisible tattoos are going to be running. This shit is made out of infrared quantum dots, nanocrystals. Shit is crazy. So you'll be running 5Gs off of your off of those nanos. In the case of vaccination, the plan is to inject NARQDs concurrently with a given vaccine via a small patch of partially dissolvable microneedles. After insertion into a person's skin, the NARQDs will then continuously emit a wavelength of light not visible to the human eye, but easily imagined by certain types of cameras. This would effectively imprint a kind of invisible tattoo on people who receive vaccinations, identifying them as already inoculated. The NARQDs used in this particular study were readable with a modified smartphone aided by machine learning algorithms. Oh yeah, it's over. This method of injecting invisible tattoos along with immunizations could potentially address the challenge of keeping accurate vaccination records in poorer countries where centralized medical databases are hard to create and maintain. According to the researchers, if this method does prove itself to be effective, it could eventually help to mitigate the 1.5 vaccine preventable deaths that occur each year. There you go. Okay, China concealed the extent of the viral outbreak. All right.
That is 4G, the mobile network that's used around the world to make calls, send messages.
Let's talk about it, because everybody's talking about it. What's 5G?
That is 4G, the mobile network that's used around the world to make calls, send messages, and surf the web. Now there are plans for 4G to be replaced by, you guessed it, 5G, a new faster network that has the potential to transform the internet. 5G is a software-defined network. It means that while it won't replace cables entirely, it could replace the need for them by largely operating on the cloud instead. This means it will have 100 times better capacity than 4G, which will dramatically improve internet speeds. For example, to download a 2-hour film on 3G would take about 26 hours. On 4G, you'd be waiting 6 minutes. And on 5G, you'll be ready to watch your film in just over 3.5 seconds. But it's not just internet capacity that will be upgraded. Response times will also be much faster. The 4G network responds to our commands in just under 50 milliseconds. With 5G, it will take around 1 millisecond, 400 times faster than a blink of the eye. Smartphone users will enjoy a more streamlined experience. But for a world that is increasingly dependent on the internet just to function, a reduction in time delay is critical. Self-driving cars, for example, require a continuous stream of data. The quicker that information is delivered to autonomous vehicles, the better and safer they can run. For many analysts, this is just one example of how 5G could become the connective tissue for the Internet of Things, an industry that's set to grow threefold by 2025, linking and controlling not just robots, but also medical devices, industrial equipment, and agricultural machinery. 5G will also provide a much more personalized web experience using a technique called network slicing. It's a way of creating separate wireless networks on the cloud, allowing users to create their own bespoke network. For instance, an online gamer needs faster response times and greater data capacity than a user that just wants to check their social media. Being able to personalize the internet will also benefit businesses. At big events like Mobile World Congress, for example, there is a mass influx of people in one particular area using data-heavy applications. But with 5G, organizers could pay for an increased slice of the network, boosting its internet capacity and thus improving its visitors' online experience. So when can we start using 5G? Well, not yet. And according to some analysts, not until 2020. 5G was created years ago and has been talked up ever since. Yet it's estimated that even by 2025, the network will still lag behind both 4G and 3G in terms of global mobile connections. Its mainstream existence faces multiple hurdles, The most significant of these, of course, is cost. According to some experts, 5G could cause network operators to tear up their current business models for it to make business sense. In the UK, for example, 3G and 4G networks were relatively cheap to set up because they were able to roll out on existing frequencies on the country's radio spectrum. For 5G to work properly, however, it needs a frequency with much bigger bandwidth, which would require brand new infrastructure. Some analysts believe that the extensive building and running costs will force operators to share the use and management of the mobile network. This has been less of an obstacle for countries like China, who are taking a more coherent approach. The government, operators, and local companies such as Huawei and ZTE are about to launch big 5G trials that will put them at the forefront of equipment production for the new technology. That may be at the expense of the West, where there is concern regarding Asia's 5G progress. A leaked memo from the National Security Council to the White House called for a nationalized 5G network to keep the US ahead of their global competitors. White House officials dismissed the idea, but some experts predict that by 2025, nearly half of all mobile connections in the US will be 5G, a greater percentage than any other country or region. It's still likely, however, that much of the West will have a more gradual approach to 5G, driven by competition but with a patchy style of development. For example, AT&T pledged to start rolling out 5G later this year, but in just a handful of cities. For key industrial zones, however, it's predicted the technology will be adopted quickly, while for many in rural areas, 5G may be a long way off. But when 5G does establish itself and fulfill its supposed potential, it could even change how we get the internet at home and at work, with the wireless network replacing the current system of phone lines and cables. It may not happen overnight, but 5G is coming.
Ooh.
Hi guys, thank you for watching. If you'd like to see more of our tech videos, then check out the...
Okay. The Duke of Cambridge. All right, so the 5G, I just wanted to explain what that is so we understand what 5G is, a better understanding outside of the fear factor and the hoopla about 5G. Okay, 5G is highly dangerous because it can be manipulated and changed into a direct energy weapon, and it could have adverse effects because of the radiation, as we see with people that are dying and other things. All right, but there are some people around the world that are dedicated their lives to reducing population. So whether it's the harmful effects of 5G, whether it's the genetic modifications of vaccines and stuff, these people are culprits. These are the people, these are the faces in the theater in this quote unquote war on terra firma, this war on humanity. And they're utilizing technology, they're utilizing media manipulation or propaganda and fear to steer their agenda. This is one of the faces of that. The Duke of Cambridge, Prince Charles, Prince William, all of these, all of them, okay? All of them. Peter Thiel, very scary dude. The head of PayPal. You know, me and him got drama. Okay. He's a billionaire. He's the PayPal founder. He's also behind something called heterodox science. And heterodox science deals with immortality. Okay. All right. Heterodox science is what Peter Thiel and a whole bunch of these Europeans, these billionaires, these capitalists, they're into this stuff, immortality. You know, let's read about it real quick. Earlier this year, the Berkeley Institute, a private academic institution, listed a seminar on heterodox science. The seminar was first scheduled to begin in November, then moved to January. On the Institute's website, the instructor of the heterodox science course has been described only as great instructor, author and founder of ematio. The accompanying photo is the back of a white man's head. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Imitatio has 3 founders. 2 are dead. Third is billionaire PayPal founder, Gawker litigator, ambiguous venture capitalist, and contrarian Trump advisor, Peter Thiel. He's a Trumper, right? He's a heavy Trumper too. And he's LBGT. Okay? He's like gay mafia type. The description of the heterodox science course, which Berkeley Institute's director, Matthew Rose, told me was furnished by the instructor, reads, from past experience, we know that our certitude has often been misplaced and that scientific knowledge has usually been flawed. But what if the present is more like the past than we can think? What if some of the important things we regard as true will be shown to be mistaken as well? The seminar will discuss possible instances of heterodox science, fields of study that dissent from mainstream science. Areas to be examined will include neuroscience and human consciousness, biology and human nature, evolution and sexual differences, and economics and urban social policy. When I wrote Rose to ask if he would confirm Thiel as the instructor in question, he declined to comment. Between when I contacted him and when the article went to print, founder of Ematio was removed from the instructor description. Jeremiah Hall, a spokesman for Thiel and his family office, Thiel Capital, also declined to confirm Thiel was the instructor or to comment further. So these are some of the things they're dealing with. In contrast, the Institute posits itself as a source of educational on topic that it believes conventional universities like UC Berkeley neglect, such as religious and classically national accounts on the human person and human ends. The Institute asserts that serious exposure to the intellectual giants of Western traditions often leads students to find new confidence and independence in addressing the conventional assumptions that surround them. It takes special interest in the Christian intellectual tradition. Given the opacity of the Institute's heterodox science syllabus, it's impossible to determine what the course will cover, but a review of Thiel's past statements, writings, and investments proves a sense of potential positions on its subject areas. All right, so what is heterodox science? Heterodox, coming from the Greek root heteros, meaning the other, and doxa, meaning opinion, refers to atypical beliefs or those beliefs which go against prevailing norms. In a modern political context, heterodoxy has been adopted by conservative groups concerned about what they view as a suffocating echo chamber in a literal academy. The most prominent heterodox organization is the Heterodox Academy, which describes itself as an association of professors who have come together to express their support for increasing viewpoint diversity, particularly political diversity in universities, okay? So, you know, these are just rogue agents, you know, these are rogue agents that are trying to usurp. This is how these things do, this is how these things actually do happen inside of colleges and whatnot. You know, but I'm not going to get too much into that because we're on a time schedule right now.
What do you see as the biggest challenges in conservation?
The growing human population. Where we are, there's nothing else.
And do you have views about what should...
Prince Philip, I think.
What do you see as the biggest challenges in conservation?
The growing human population. Where we are, there's nothing else.
And do you have views about what should be done about that?
Not for kids.
well, it could be on a spectrum from mass sterilisation to you know, greater availability of contraception. I don't know as to what can be done about it.
Well, I think it might be described as voluntary family limitation.
That's Prince Philip. But people say population control. How could you control the population? Well, start nationalizing the 5G networks. That's what starts. You know, that's what starts. That's the beginning phases of it. You know, Russian experiments in life after death, the future of immortality. Okay. So this speaks about the radical pursuit of immortality in Russia. Okay. This is for the family here, you know, Zoom. Zoom is kind of, you know, Zoom is in some hot water. You know, Zoom out here lying to the people. You know, do your research though, y'all. These two apps right here, Asana and Trello, these are excellent for team building. I remember earlier we were talking about some team building options. These are two of the best right here. A lot of parents are using these apps to teach their children who are at home during this quote unquote stay home thing. They're using apps to homeschool. They're using apps to delegate chores. These new teams of brothers and sisters, of creatives and whatnot, coming together to create. And they live in different places of the world, and they have to, not only do they have to practice social distancing, but they don't have the luxury of getting on a plane and going to fly into a meeting or something, or, you know, to pitch their meeting to somebody. So they're doing it on these apps. They're setting these things up. So I'm encouraging all of my entrepreneurs, small businesses, and self-employed people that are ready to take the lead. Well, you got help. You have assistance. So tap into these apps, y'all. You know, here goes your boy, Prince Charles. Rewire the global economy to stop climate change. The heir to the throne calls for the end to business as usual approach that does nothing to avert catastrophic global warming and praises. So this came out years ago. Okay. Prince Charles, look, it says on top of there, the article is more than 4 years old. So what you see going on in what you see going on in the global markets, what you see going on in the financial markets, Prince Charles and them have a hand in that. Okay, Prince Charles and them, these bankers are upending the political market. Okay, he said we have to rewire the global economy. Do you see how the global economy is being rewired as we speak? Can you understand that 4 years ago when he started putting those plans ahead, you should have the motherfucking egg is hatched? Okay? He's a culprit. I showed that in lectures before. This motherfucker had the coronavirus for 2 days. And they kicked that shit. And he didn't have the coronavirus. He was just put on the grand stage. They said he had it so he could get on the stage. That's how plays work. You know, that's how plays work. He was on the stage. They want to abolish fossil fuel subsidies, right? Is OPEC not falling? Is the price of fucking gas at 90 something cents? That's what Trump said earlier. Is the shit not falling apart? So a lot of, here we go. Bill, look at the bottom of the page. He singled out the Guardians' Keep It in the Ground campaign, which calls on the world's biggest health charities, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Everywhere that you go, you're going to see those names. You're going to see those names. They're all together. Even the little fucking gremlin, Greta, whatever her name is. It's all of them. All of them. Yeah, Pope Francis, his name is in the article right there. Pope Francis' name is in the article. You know what I mean? In a high-profile intervention, Pope Francis also criticized the damage caused by the world's current economic model. The environment is one of those goods that cannot be adequately safeguarded or promoted by market forces, right? So Pope Francis hopped in, right? So everybody is playing these fucking games, but it's the war on terra firma. It's not the war on terror, it's the war on terra firma. And as you can see, all of them are behind it because we are part of the terra firma. It's a war on us. The fuck is climate change, nigga? They want to change the climate, nigga. Change the climate. They talking about trapping carbon. I know what that means. So this is for Blue Pill, and this is for the 444. We're about to wrap this up too. The Prince's latest intervention comes soon after the release of 44 black spider letters he sent to government ministers between 2004 and 2009, in which he gave advice and requested action from government on environmental and other topics. Okay, this nigga been on his demon shit. Look at him. Come on. He on demon time. Look at this nigga. He like Lurch. He look like Lurch. You think he got something good on his mind? Look at his mind. You think he thinking about saving the people? Look at his face. This nigga look like he like, homie. Let me find out. This nigga look like let me tell you something. He like Fire Marshal Bill. Look at Fire Marshal Bill's father. He like Fire Marshal Bill's dad. Crazy looking crazy. Yeah, baby eaters. God damn. This is not a recession. This is a government-imposed shutdown of the private sector. This was caused by some powerful forces. Don't get it twisted. You're seeing a war on the quote-unquote economic systems. They're tearing it to shreds. It's not what you think. So with that being said, we're going to end this segment of the lecture. I got more cloth for the Quantum Supremacy 2020, but that was a lot right there, including the 5-hour lecture that we sent previously that a lot of y'all didn't open up in your email that I'm encouraging you to. What I'm going to do is take 2 or 3 questions. So if there's anybody out there that wants to ask questions that's in the audience and the students, y'all feel free to do it before we get out of here because, you know, it's of the late hour. We had a lot of fun tonight, you know. I had a lot of fun tonight. You dig? And I want to thank everybody who joined us tonight for this last minute lecture. Look, I just got out damn hospital. They had me quarantined for 2 days with my baby. You know, I didn't even take a shower, pause, you know what I'm saying? I had to do this. I had to make sure we did this portal at 10:45. That's why we started it at 10:45. So that was important to me. And I know that we've gained some considerate power by being a part of that group meditation. And I'm just saying, write that shit in your journals. Keep a record of some of the things that you might see changing, that you see in the news, that you might have been meditating on something to come true. Keep track of it, because who else is going to do it? how can I get with you for moderator on YouTube? Just hit me up, Andrea Lee. Hit me up however you, in whatever medium you know how to find me. The DM on Instagram or the email. So we deep in the building tonight. If anybody has a question, you could unmute your mic. I'm not gonna do it for you, and you can ask it.
Okay, I had tried to hit you up on the email from like KTL, so I don't know if you got it, but yeah, I tried that already.
Okay, just send another one. Are you following me on Instagram by any chance?
Yes, I got you on there. I had sent you a message tonight because I didn't know what was going on, so I was like, I was figuring something was trying like technical difficulties, or either I was still at the hospital.
Yes, yeah, we kind of were. I was supposed to get out of there. They had us out because they were saying 48 hours, so that was 8:30. Because my son came around 8ish in the night, but then we kind of like pushed, and then it was like, all right, we're gonna give you an early release.
Okay. I had sent you a message tonight and I was just saying, hey, like you let me out. So it'll be me. I'll just send you another one and I'll put I was trying to get at you as moderator as well.
Okay, I appreciate you. No doubt.
You're welcome.
No doubt. I definitely I mean that's a no-brainer, the moderators.
Oh yeah, that night when I was on there with Trav and they was like eating me alive, but I was cool with it though.
Yeah, and I'm coming back with Trav. First of all, shout out to all of my Forex members. We have some beautiful things to talk about this week. Shout out to all of my Carrot Bar members. We got some gold to talk about, some gold, silver talk, gold dollars, silver nuggets. Gold nugget talk. There's a lot of people making some proactive moves dealing with finances in this community, in this network that we belong to. So I just want to say salute to all of y'all. And yeah. Any more questions?
Hey, peace, guys.
Peace God.
Yeah, on that Facts 2020, I just see like the mailing list.
Yeah, that's all. Just give me your email right now.
Okay.
That's a landing page. We signing the family up. We'll be rolling out KTL, our new app. We have an app. We're bringing back our KTL Media app for anybody who had it in 2017. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That was a very fire app. That's going to be launched, I think, this week coming up. So I'm sending out a mass email to all of the Facts 2020 signees and whatnot. The app will probably be the first action item that we're going to all do together. So by having a mobile app, we could communicate with push button notification. We could get right to you through your phone. And that'll be the way to move forward, because I got some good things to talk, some good things to roll out, and some good things to share with the brothers and sisters who have signed up. Because like I said, I can't go on YouTube, Instagram, and just randomly talking. I can't just shoot in the wind. I want to speak to people directly who have signed up for specific purposes, because I'm multi-purpose. I do multiple things. So this is about just compartmentalizing everybody in their proper place, so we could get salute. That way nobody is tripping over each other, and we all in the lane together, and we could ride better like that.
Yeah, that's wavy. That's what's up. Yeah, that's making us more essential.
Definitely. And because of where we're at with technology and understanding how this thing operates and runs, it's more practical now. Like, life is easier if we just really apply the tools that are put out there in front of us. There's so many tools that I don't think we'll be able to touch all of them while we're here.
Right. Yeah, I feel you on that. And I'm definitely going to get a part of these programs, because, if you're not in control of yourself, then you're not really alive. So you got to tap in.
Let's tap in, man. I'm telling you, it's perks with this. Thank you for being here tonight. I'll see you in the next class. We might do a part 2 of this right here. I might bring the master scientist. I might bring KT for part 2, so he can smoke niggas. Just let him go crazy on it.
Red, I'd like to get your thoughts on, I've been hearing a lot of people talking about how America is falling or America has fallen. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, as I was saying earlier about the predictions Elijah Muhammad made in his book, The Fall of America, according to his predictions, you know, they were almost 100 years old, practically, you know, maybe it's not 100, but, you know, within that span, he predicted some things accurately. I feel that the democratic, um, the democratic model, along with the economic model, is being adjusted. The way that Trump is moving because of his plans, and also the people that are behind him, like big pharma, big business, you know, all of these big businesses, big national corporations, they're leaning more towards an authoritarian capitalistic society, like a China, than a democracy, which is a farce anyway, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, they're moving towards an autocratic, you know, like Philippines, like the Philippines. Yeah, there's governments right now, like Brazil with Bolsonaro. Trump has allies. Putin is running an autocratic society. Z from China, they're running. They're not. The competition that they have with China is akin to the competition that LeBron has with Kyrie, you know, Kawhi, right?
Yeah.
Their competition, but they feed off of each other.
They're they're
Yeah,
still cool.
there's a huge relationship underneath all of that. But they have to have provocations in order for the market and other things to fluctuate, you know. But
so they pretty much work together.
China has been giving America they've been giving big tech, Google, Facebook, they're teaching Google and Facebook top executives have been over there for about a year or two, hard body, learning from the Chinese government about their security practices, about their lockdown practices, their surveillance practices, the way that they were utilizing 5G for control. They're taking that back to America. Gates was in China. So the same way that you could go to China, China's the plug for cheap things. Now the scientific and the intelligence community took that and the weapons community only took that to a higher level. So they're in China tapping into that cheap, you know, labor for weapons, surveillance, you know, algorithms, quantum computer, you know, all of that stuff. So there's a space race. The new race is the quantum race.
Right.
Quantum race, and I'm just saying that we could throw at least if not our hat in the ring, we could throw a beret in the ring, and you know, and just be a part of the race. We're not even in the race. We're not even considered in that race.
Right.
There's
We're
no
not.
color race. The color shit is dead. Oh, the white man. There's no white man's world. There is no white man's world. You know, that's dying. So if you're asking, is America dying? Look, the dream of America is dead. The illusion of America is dead. It doesn't. The Trump killed it. He helped to kill it. You can't go the social stock of what America represented, as you can tell, Lady Liberty and all of that. That died when they killed Trayvon and all of the murders that started happening. It's dead in our minds. It's dead in our hearts. For the
right.
people you claim woke, you know, at the you didn't necessarily bury America, but you by just being woke, you like, this bitch is on her deathbed. Average woke person.
So then they'll probably be successful. They'll probably be successful at taking on the China model. Then you think?
I think this,
which is scary.
Yes, we have to consider China, Saudi Arabia, and I believe is it North Korea? But these are the major investors, right? And not just American politics, but the lobbies, but stocks, most of the multinational businesses. That is advantageous, you know, for them to adapt that type of model, especially with with them going hyper automation. Industry 4.0 is hyper automation. They don't need the workers. Remember, they're identifying non-essentials and essentials. So there's 10 million people laid off right now with the thought that they're going back to work, right?
Right.
They think that they're going back to work, but they got 10 million, and then they holding on to a few and saying, y'all essential. Now, if we create a fucking robot to replace the non-essentials, then they got to figure out something. That's where we're at right now.
God.
Nobody has promised to get rehired. There's 10 million jobless people with a $1,200 wait, on their fucking tippy toes, waiting for that check. So
wow.
This is a new phase of America. Oh, I'm sorry. I said, my bad. China, Israel, and the other owner of the OPEC, the Saudi Arabia with the oil money. So it's Israel, Saudis, and China. They have a huge hand in American things behind the scenes and in other places, I promise you. And they would fare better if they were to, because if they ever go to war with China, to me, it's still orchestrated. It's just the Chinese want to get rid of
course.
Some niggas, and America want to get rid of some niggas.
Right. It's always orchestrated, right?
Always orchestrated. With a quantum computer variation, explaining to them, if we let you win, this is what the next 100 years looks like. If we let you win, this is what it looks like. Then they'll go to the G20 summit, have a closed door meeting for 2 or 3 days and decide what equation or what possibility is the shit that they're going with. And then they collectively go with it. That's how they're doing it. They're not going on just whims. I just read the whole breakdown. You think that the D wave is jumping over their heads? You think it got past them? You feel me? And IBM is running it. And they're using computation. Computation. That's how they were running the stock market. Remember, the stock market was running off of these quantum computers. That's where the bull run was coming from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were able to predict what they were able to predict. Netflix was gonna boom, and other things were gonna boom.
Right.
Yeah, that's what they were tapping into.
Okay, I get it. Now it's clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a mythical science that they're using, but it's AI. It's it's machine. But quantum is not just machine. You feel me? It's a little bit deeper than that.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to do some more research on that.
Well, like I said, if you can get the first, if you go, I emailed everybody.
I got it.
Yeah. So that one is good information. It's loaded. And then the one after this one will be way more loaded than this, and then that'll be like, it'll be a 3 thing. What I really am aiming to do is documentary style, Netflix style documentary. Like we have Netflix coming. So the goal is to take these classes and to give you a Joe Exotic series. I don't know if you saw that, but you know how Netflix series, you don't just do a 2-hour documentary. You give out a 10-hour, you splice it up because the new model is binging. So there's no more 2-hour documentaries. The shit is 10 hours and it's broken up into 45-minute segments. And with classes like this and with information like this, it should be in a documentary form. Like it needs to be in a higher form than just a class. But, thank you for joining. I'll see you in the next class.
Yeah, that's what's up.
All right. Appreciate you. All right, family. So that is going to be it for tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you. Look for this lecture to be in your email. Once it finishes processing, I will send it out. Look for it via the constant contact. All right. And I know if y'all opening your emails or not. Yeah, I got that kind of power right now. How about it? All right. But peace to the family. Light some candles, tap into this energy tonight, do some more meditation, play some more binaural beats, you know, some more high frequencies, you know, some jazz if you need to. And in the morning, definitely tap into Leap 2, right? Tap into that Leap 2, sign up to that, and sign up to that facts2020.org. All right. See y'all on Melanin Mondays. All right. Peace.